Hello everyone. Today we're gonna create Shopper's e-commerce website. As you see, we're gonna have one header option over here, and then we're gonna create our banner portion, and then it will be the product portion over here. Now, this product actually we are going to use the Nextjs, so we are using our own API. If you just go through the /API and product data, as you can see, that product data is available over here. But now, when you go back, you can see that initially is loading a very fast because we are using SSR, server-side rendering with the Nextjs. So the product is always available whenever the page loaded. So now this will be our product section, and then we have our footer. So now what is happening over here? We can actually add some products over here. Now, as you can see, it's adding the products over there, and also after adding, there is two things happening. One is happening with the number of the product items and then the price. So both are calculating all together. So now let's add some more product. And also if you click in the details button, as you can see, it will take you in another page with the product ID. And then from here also you can see a little bit more details, and then also from here you can add the products. So let's go to our cart section. In the cart, we will have all our products available, as you can see. Now from here also, you can add the products, delete the product. Like if I want to reset the cart altogether, I can reset it anyway, and see there is nothing available. So we can also pass a message over here. We could do that later on. So now let's add some more product because we are going to create our checkout section, which we are going to use though by us. We will implement that one with Stripjs. So let's go over here. As you see, we have all the products available, and there is one catchy thing. Whenever I add some product, there is so many things happening. As you see over here, whenever I add, total amount is changing, and there is a previous amount, that one also changing, and how much a customer can save from each and every product, I can get that value over here. And the same procedure is happening over here. Then we are calculating our entire value, the total amount. So lots of calculation going on, and you're gonna master it in this build if you are staying with me at the end. Now, as you can see, we still cannot make the checkout because here what is saying, please sign in for checkout. And now here also you can make one adverse section. I'm using the use effect. So if you can like your own advertisement, you can close it. Like if you go to shoppers and come back to cart, it will always be available whenever anyone rendering over here. So now let's make a sign in to create the checkout. And there is a lot of option available, and it's very simple to do with a next-auth authentication. So we will sign in with our Google. So it's showing me my available accounts. So now as you see, now we are able to sign in, able to make the checkout. So first of all, I want to go to my Stripjs. So because I'm gonna show you how easily we're gonna do it in a real time. Okay. Now after signing in, I need to go to the payments option over here. So now let's go to our over here. So let's make more items. We will make a bigger amount. So now we have 7,766.02. We're gonna make the checkout over here. So let's click on the checkout. Once I click in the checkout, because it will take to my Stripe page. As you see, we have all the items available over here. As you see, now from here, now there is one tricky thing, because remember, our items amount is like that much only, because I am returning over here only single items. But remember, I add so many items, but I am just returning one item, so the price value over here the same. So I'm gonna do it the similar way. Then I will show you how you can add the particular quantity, particular item, and you can get the actual value from it. So it's a tricky part. You need to stay at the end to learn how I will do it. So now let's make the checkout. We have 3,412. We have the item, each and every item we are added. We have total 6 items, but the quantity is only single quantity I'm sending here. And also we have one shipping shipping charges over here. It will also calculate all together. So don't worry, at the end of the build we're gonna create it in actual way. So let's make a payment over here. I'll just put my name. Okay, you can select the country which we have. So I will select my country. Let's put in Dhaka. And also, okay, so now for the default card, which will be 4242. And now also, let's make that one and CVC 123. So we are making a payment of 3,412, right? So let's make the pay. And now the payment is done and is redirecting me to a success page whereupon it's saying thank you for shopping in shoppers.com. And also you can go back to continue shopping. Let's go to our over here in our friend in Stripe. Let's see, is it available or not? 3,400, I believe something. And you'll see our payment is done. And if you go back down, we can see the items. I'm saying again, we are passing a single quantity because we need to pass so many other quantity. I'm going to resolve it at the end of the video. So now here, as you can see, our product is also available here. So now once I click in continue shopping, it will take to my homepage and everything is refreshed as it is. So it's so cool. You're going to learn how to modify your API. You're going to learn how to generate the Stripe payment authentication and make your own payment. So no further ado, let's go and do the build. So I already opened my terminal over here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a latest one, npx. It will be create a next app, and which will be latest. I'm not going to type anything. Let's Nextjs giving me the solution is required. So now I need to put the name. So it will be shoppers YT. And of course, I want the TypeScript for that application. And I also want aslint. And now I don't want the source directory. So I will go without source directory. And also I will not use the experimental app directory because I want to make it as a production build. And now everything going to be installed. So as you see, all the dependency are installed. Now let's open that in the code. Let's see where it is. So we have the shoppers YT. Let's go to, shoppers YT. And now we're gonna use it. Open it in our code. It's open over here. So as you see, it's giving me the source directory. I think I click in a wrong way. So no problem. Actually, what I will do, I can use the source directory, or what I will definitely do, I'm not gonna use the source directory. So I'm gonna select both of that, and I'm gonna. So now I don't need that. So use it. You can use the source directory or not. It's just depend on you. I don't want to use it. So now what I have over here, I have one pages directory, and every single pages and documents and index. So everything is available here. So just make it npm run dev. So you're going to run it first. Okay, let it run. And now in the indexed file, you see we have so many things going on because it's running with that module section. So we can actually, because we will use the TailwindCSS over here. Now here, there is something which is not finding the global CSS. Remember, I already deleted that portion. So I need to go and import that one again because I'm deleting the source folder. So that will be, now it will go to styles. I think it will be in the same styles. Okay. Still not finding that one. Okay. Import styles. And also, okay, also here. So actually we are not gonna use the module. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just remove everything from all of the section. Now I'm gonna just take a main section and I will take H1. This is the app. So now I'm not gonna modify over here that one and also enter everything. I'm gonna remove it from here. I will just make it a bit clear, and in the app also that looks fine, and the document also it looks fine. So now this is our application is ready. And first of all, we need to set up our Tailwind CSS for it. We're gonna go with our frameworks guide, and that will be for our Nextjs. So now we created our application. Now we need to install our Tailwind CSS. So I'm gonna take another terminal and install that one. So after installing, also we need to create a Tailwind config file for us. Oh, after creating that tailwind.config.js, we need to go to that over here and just I'm gonna paste that code over here. So now it's gonna take everything related. The source directory we are not using. Actually, we don't need that one because we are only using the pages and components. App also not required. I'll just keep it as it is. So also a global CSS need to be changes. Let's go to styles, and this home module I'm not gonna using. So I'm and all the other CSS I'm gonna just remove, and I will use the Tailwind one. So now as you see, this is our application, but Tailwind is still not running, and it can be possible because we need to restart our setup. So let's go and npm run that. Now if we open that one in our terminal, we're gonna see Tailwind is moving. Now you see the Tailwind actually working. So now after having the Tailwind, one of the another things is required. First of all, I'm gonna create one folder over here, which will be called components, which will get all of our things. And also in the public over here, I'm gonna just go and grab one of my previous file where I declare all the related images properties I'm using. So I'm gonna just go and grab all the images from there, copy, and I'm gonna paste over here. If you're watching my video for a long time, you're gonna see how I am using the images in my application. I'm taking all the images in the assets folder, and from that folder, like in the folder of images, I'm taking one index.js file. You can also take index.ts. So it's just an image. I don't want to go for the type definition. So now from here, I'm just declaring all the images from there. I'm gonna give that all assets link. It will be the first link in the description, and you can get that asset link and you can just copy and paste. It will work just fine. So this all the images for the shape and for the slider, all images are available over here. And also what I am gonna do actually, let's just let us modify our pages, which is our index page one. So what I am gonna do, I'm gonna change the title over here in our index file. So this will be our shoppers.com. And also remember, I am having also one icon over here. So I'm gonna pass that icon to get the kick. So it will be small logo.ico. After saving that, now you see, you can see the icon, the title is changed, everything is going fine. So now, first of all, we will create our navbar, and before creating the navbar, we will just take some of the, like in our Tailwind config file, I'm gonna just go and get some of the colors for us. Also the max width and height, everything we're gonna just declare over here. So I'm gonna take a max width as, oops, it will be max width. And that max width actually it's going to be the in proportion the way I want. So it will be like that. We're going to take a container which will be 1520, and the content container it will be 1280. So what I mean actually over here, that will be our container over here, and now that is our content container. So these two container we're gonna use, and also whenever we're going to make the responsiveness in our application, we're gonna also use some of the screen size over here. So I'm gonna just go and grab that screen size. So that screen size, it will be in that extend over here. And also I'm gonna take some of the colors to use over here. That will be blue, light blue, yellow, and hover beige color, and light text color. And after that, what I'm gonna do, there is two shadow. I'm gonna use the two shadow over here. I think not two, one shadow. That is the custom shadow I'm gonna use, which will be the banner shadow. So pretty much that everything. So let's go to our components, and I'm gonna take one file, which will be our navbar.tsx. Oops, it will be tsx. tsx. Now what I'm gonna do, refce to create a functional component, and to run that, sometimes maybe you will not find that in your application. And to do that, what you need to do, you need to install that ES7 plus a snippet for the React, so that RFCE or RAFCE, it will work in a similar way. So now we have the navbar. So first of all, we need to connect that navbar. So let's grab that navbar, and in that over here, I'm gonna use that navbar. So now you will see that navbar is available. Now in the navbar, if we just go back to our previous build, as you see, in the navbar, we have a different div and different section, like we have the logo, then departments, then the services, like so on. It's all going on by that way. So you're going to create that one in simultaneously. So first of all, let's create the first one. So I'm going to just go and comment through whatever the requirements it's going to be. So first, in our navbar, first it will be one div. Inside that div, we're gonna create all of these things. Okay. To create that one, what we first need to do, actually, for our topper div over here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just introduce some of the class name, which will be full, and BG will be the blue BG, the custom BG we defined in our config file, and the text by default it will be white text. And also, if we just save that one, and now actually that will be white, but we're gonna have also the like a max width and height. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take another div over here, and inside that div, we're gonna take all of our other things. So first of all, we need to use our logo, which will be our image. So let's take one div over here, and inside that div, I'm gonna use that image tag from next image. And for that image, the source will be it will be logo. And that logo we need to import from our public folder. Remember, we have one index.js, and here we are importing that logo. So that logo we're gonna implement over here. So let's go and grab that logo from there. So it will be import logo, and from public assets, images, and then index. So now this is our logo, and after the source, we need to also make an alt tab. Otherwise, it will give that error. So it will be the logo. So as we say, we can see the logo, and it's pretty much big. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna add some of the class name, which will be like width of 44. And as you see, that looks perfect. So now that is getting in actually entered in different ways. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna give a width here. So let's put a class name, and it will be max width container, and mx it will be auto. If I save that one, as you see, that actually pushing that one from little bit, because it's the max width 1560, right? So now we have a max width, we have the image. Now after the image, we should have a departments. So now in the departments, we have one icon that will actually gonna make as a custom icon. But as you see, whenever I am hovering, there is some action is going on. We need to create that one, right? To create that one, let's go and create that. We'll go to our introduce our image over here in the top level of the div. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna introduce that height of 12 and px of 5, and also I'm gonna make a rounded of a full, and then a bg, it will be transparent, flex, item center, so everything will be center from the point. And gap, I'm going to introduce a gap too, because we will sometimes it will not be image, some other items will be there, and whenever I am hovering over it, it will be hover bg color. Oops, it will be bg, and the duration, it will be 300, and the cursor will be pointer. So let's add that one over here. So now as you see, that is taking the entire width, because we are not making it flex over here. So in the top level of our application, we need to make that one as a flex, so it gonna take the particularly the width and height properly. So what I am gonna do here, I'm gonna take a height of 20, we're gonna give it overall height, and I'm gonna give a padding in x-axis 4, and I'm gonna make flex item center, and then justify between, so it's gonna push through all the items together, and it will be the gap of 2. So now as I implement that one, as you see, we have a little hover effect over here. So now we need to create that department section, because now to make the department section, I'm gonna use another div, and inside that div, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create one div over here where the icon will lie down, and there will be a p text departments. So now as you see, this is available over here. That's no problem, because we're gonna catch it later on. So now we need to create that icons. First of all, this effect will be implemented in all of our applications. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in our style in global CSS, and here I'm gonna rectify whatever the class name we are giving over here. So at the layer level in the components, I'm gonna declare that, like I'm gonna give a .nav hover. So .navbar hover. So now I'm gonna predefine the class name. So it's pretty much the similar whatever we actually did over there. The similar class name I'm gonna just popping up. As you can see, the same class name we give over here. So instead of putting a raw class name, a much more class name, I'm gonna remove that and implement that one. And as you see, it will work much better. So now what it gonna help, I'm gonna just copy that class name. Also, I'm gonna use it over here. As you see, it's also giving that. So now let's go and create that our icons. And to create that icons, it's also much more easy. In that div, I'm gonna take a span tag, and that span tag, I'm gonna introduce some of the class name with that. It will be a width of 4. Actually, first of all, what I am gonna do in overall div, I'm gonna go and grab some class name. I will make a grid pattern, and I'm giving a width of 4 over here. And now for the initial part of that icon, which I'm gonna create, because it will be rounded, so let's give a border of 1 pixel, and it will be border white, and also it will be inline flex. So now as I save that one, you're gonna see, because first of all, this one will be square, that one will be a little bit rounded. So now as you see, we have one icon over here. And now don't worry, because we make justify between, like if you want to see it in proper way, we can just remove that justify between for time being, and you can see it's coming all together. So now we have one icon. We need to just create another 3 icon. And as I'm making it a grid one, like grid calls to 2, we're gonna just take it as usual. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just copy for time, and you're gonna see our icon is ready, right? So now there is another catchy thing. For here, actually I'm using a font, okay? But here it's getting the normal font we are using over here. Now to check the font, because I'm gonna show you how you can make the font optimization, which is very handy in Nextjs. So now here we are using that font family UI sans serif. So which font I'm gonna use actually for our today's build, it will be Open Sans. And to connect that font to our application, we need to make a little bit work. And first of all, as you see in our over here in our apps.tsx, over here we will connect the main thing there. So first of all, let's get our font. So I'm gonna import, and it will be Open Sans. Think Open Sans, and it will be from Next Font Google. So that's the font we're gonna use. For initial step purpose, we need to also make that one. Let's make Open Sans, and it will be the font we are using, Open Sans. And now we're gonna pass that object, and from there we need to tell the subsets which we are using, and that subset will be a Latin one. And after the subsets, we also need to make the variable, and the variable which gonna be font, and it will be Open Sans. So now we are declaring the font. So after declaring, we need to use that font. So what I am gonna do over here, instead of running that one, I'm gonna cut it. I'm gonna take a main tag, pop it up over here, and in the main tag over here, I'm gonna add joining some of the class name, and inside that class name, I'm gonna take a backtick, and now over here, I'm gonna take that Open Sans dot variable, which gonna use that font Open Sans, and if it's failed, also it can also take the font Sans. So now it's even you go over here and refresh, it will not work yet because we just make it for our normal custom purpose. But now we need to actually redefine with the TailwindCSS. So now as you see, it's the normal font is happening. So it's not giving the things we actually really needed. So to do that, what we need to do actually, we need to go to the Tailwind config over here. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna make that const, we're gonna take the font, it will be family. And that font family, it will require, it will be TailwindCSS, and it will be the default theme. So now actually we can redefine the font family. You can structurize over here. Let's go back over here, and we're gonna design that font family, and that one will be just make a redefined section, which will be like a sans, which will take by default. And after that, we're gonna give that variable. Remember, we give that a font Open Sans, I believe. So now that will be our font. And of course, what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass that into a variable, font family, and it can also redefine to take the sans. So now after implementing that one, as you see, our font is changed because we are using that font. If you remove that, now we can actually using that font. If you just reload that one, the font is available. Now, what's the benefit of using that kind of font? Right? Like we can connect the Google font or other font, but what's the benefit to using the font in that way? Now, when you are optimizing your font, whenever you are reloading or refreshing, there will be no glitch. The font will always be available there. So whenever the page is loaded, font is available. So that's the basic purpose to using that font optimization. So we are getting our fonts, which we are using the Open Sans. Let's go to our Navbar, whatever we are actually working with that. And I'm just gonna move through a bit faster because otherwise it will take a hell lot of time to finish that video. So now in our p tag, we're gonna just get a text base, and font we're gonna giving as a semi-bold. So now if the font is not working properly, you can just kill the development server, and then you can run it again. It will work fine because we are working with that config file. So now our department is ready. After that, we have our services. So let's go in over here. We're gonna use the services. Let's take another div over here. So now inside that div, it will be the similar of that, but in this time, what we're gonna do actually. So let's just copy that one. Okay. And it will be services. So now as you see, that will be the similar, but a little bit rounded corner over here. And to do that, we need to make a bit of rounded. how we gonna make it. Let's go and create that little rounded portion. To create that rounded, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just select all the span and I'm gonna give a rounded of MD. So now after I'm giving that one, as you see, that is rounded, right? So now after having that, we need to also create the search bar. So first of all, we need to also get that a logo from there. So we're gonna use that React icons. It's very simple to use with any of the application. Actually, I love to use that one. And all the icons is pretty much available for it. So over here, we will create our search box, and it's very simple to just get the icon, like search any icon, and you just click on that icon, it will copy, and then you can just implement that one in your application. So I'm gonna close that one because I know whichever icons I'm gonna use for my build. And now in the search, let's make a div, another div, and then inside that div, I'm gonna take an input section. First of all, here it will be no hover, right? So this portion is not no need applicable for that one. But what I am gonna do, actually, I'm gonna give a custom height of 10, and also I'm gonna make flex, and I'm gonna give a flex 1, so it will take all the available space from there, and I'm gonna make it relative. So now for the input, I'm gonna just go and grab some of the class name to understand. You feel free to go through with that height, full width, full rounded, full px4, and just a normal part of that. And also for the placeholder, the text will be, oops, yeah. It will be search everything at, not Walmart, it will be shoppers. Because I actually got enthusiasm from the Walmart clone. So that's why the Walmart is written here. Now you see it's taking the all available space because we are giving that flex 1. And now what I'm gonna do over here, I believe we just can make that justify between now because we have the item. So now we need to get our icon over here, and to get the icon, we're gonna use one span tag, and inside that, I'm gonna use one icon which will be IO search outline. That's my icon. I don't know. No, it's still the auto import is not working. So let's go and import that one over here. It will be import, and then it will be from React. Oops, not from. It will be from React icons and IO. So now our search bar icon is ready. As you see, that icon is available there. As I make that one is a relative over here, so I can actually make that one as absolute. So what I am gonna do, I'm gonna just grab those class name which gonna make that happen. Now I'm making it absolute. I'm giving an initial width and making it rounded full. I'm giving flex and also making the VG YOLO. So now don't mind that I am pasting that one because I tried it several times and it's working much fine. You can go through that each and every class name, and it will just make a saving you time in a way. So now that's our search bar is ready. And after the search bar, we need to create the recorder, sign in option, and one card. So let's go and make that things. So it will be the my items. So again, the same div. And actually, let's go and grab all the icons I'm gonna use over here. So are the icons I'm gonna use. So in that div, what I am gonna do, take the AI outline hard icon, and the icon will be available over here. Now I need to take another div because I need to make it flex, which for the recorder and my items. So under over here, let's go, and it will be one of the p tag. Oops. Recorder, and another I'm gonna take an h2 tag. It will be my items. So if I save that one, you see my items and other things is available, but it's not look so good that it's supposed to be. So let's go give a class name which will be never hover. Remember, our predefined class name we give is making a flex and putting it in a right order. So now in that p tag over here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make the text of smaller text XS, and also for our p tag, what I am gonna do, it will be the text, it will be base, and font, it will be the semi-bold font, and from the -mt, it will be one little bit an upper level. As you see, our recorder and my items is ready. So after that, we need to create that our sign in account option, which will be over here. And in the sign in, the same way actually it's gonna happen, which we create over here. Let's go over here, and it will be AI outline user, and I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger over here, and that one will be sign in, and it will be account. So as you see, our sign in and account is ready, and now there is another small one, which will be our cart. So to make that cart, let's take a div, and inside that div, I'm gonna use that BS cart too. And after that cart, I'm gonna take a p tag, which will give us our total amount. So just make it a 0 for right now. Remember, in the bottom, the amount will be showing here. So let's save it over here. As you see, card is there and the amount portion is showing over here. So now for that card, what I am gonna do actually, I'm gonna go and grab some of the class name for our entire div section, which gonna make it a flex and also justifying it in proper way. As you see, that looks nice. So now over here in our p tag, we also need to make that text as small as it possible. So you're gonna make a text of 10 pixel over here. As you see, oops, it's not working because I need to make this one. Okay, so now that text is working. We need to make it a little bit bigger. I believe actually I put that in a wrong way. Yes, the text is LG. I need to make that one a little bit bigger. So let's go and make text to Excel. So the icon will be much more bigger. So now after that, we need to also having one span tag. And that span tag, for time being, I'm gonna give it 0. And also for that span tag, because I am gonna making it in absolute to go in the topper level. Remember, this div is relative. So what I'm gonna do, giving absolute width for height, because if we give a absolute, we need to give width and height to make that one visible. So now that one will show in over here. So now as you see, it's the similar of that one. I believe there is some portion is having a little bit issue. Let's go to an inspect. Let's see what's going on, if our font is working or not. I believe, no, our font is available. Okay, without seeing in that way, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use the font picker to check our font. Okay, it's open sans, so that's not a big deal. I think that's working much better. So now, and also that p tag actually, why is not working that much fine? Because I need to make it a -empty. It will go a little bit top. Now you see, yeah, now it looks better. So we have our bottom like top header. Now we need to create one bottom like Navbar bottom. So we will take another components, which will be named as Navbar bottom.tsx rafce. And now what I am gonna do, after finishing that one, I'm gonna giving that Navbar bottom over here. So now there is one thing, we need to actually create that line over here, so which is not showing actually. So now what I am gonna do over here, this entire portion, I'm gonna take inside a div. And now over that top level of the div over here, I can actually make that border so that it will be visible. So like it will be, it will be class name first. Width will be full, height, it will be also full. And now it will be border B, which I'm gonna give you 1 pixel. oops, it will be pixel. Then I'm gonna make the border be white. Now, after saving that one, as you see, that border is available. So now we are ready to create our navbar bottom portion. Now, navbar bottom portion is just have a two part, so it will be just a similar of the previous one. In here, if inside that div, it will be actually two more div over here. So in that two more div, we're gonna just work a bit over here. Now for that one, we're gonna go in a similar way through the class name, which will give the max container, and also will make the justify between to keep that there. And now for that one, actually we need to import some of the images, which I'm gonna import over here, because we have on phone images. And also okay, that phone images is not available over here, so import phone image from public. Okay, so now first of all, what we're gonna do in our first tip, let's see what is available. First tip, we have one image, and then we have some of the items over here. So let's create that one. So first of all, inside the div, I'm gonna take another div, and in that div, I'm gonna introduce our image. So for that image, let's go and pop up the little thing, which will be the phone image, and the width will be 6. Now I believe you will see one image over here, and after that image, we're gonna also get one p tag, and in that p tag, it will be how do you want your items, and that p tag, we're gonna give some of the class name. It will be small text, and the font will be semi-bold. So now this one is available, but what we need to do, we need to make it flex to looks much better. So you're gonna make flex, and it will be the item center, and the gap, it will be 2. So now that looks better. So now we need to also give that icon. So what I am gonna do, I'm gonna grab that icon after the p tag, and which will be the actually without, you can also not give that one, because the by default it's gonna get the best default one. And also after that, remember, we're gonna having that one, we're gonna also need to create. Now I'm not spending much more time to show you how you can do it, because we have lots of things to cover up in that build. So to do that, now in that span, what I am gonna do, let's go class name, it will be width will be 1 pixel, and the height, it will be a 4, and bg, it will be white, it will be white, and now it will be inline flex, because this is span to make it visible, and the margin left, it will be 2. So now we can see that one is available. After that, we need to take another div where we can also create the 2 other things. So now after that div, we're gonna take one more div, and I'm gonna just popping up those 2 things. You can just feel free to follow, and just 2 icons and 2 different things. Now as you see, it's coming downwards. So what I'm gonna do in that top level, I'm gonna introduce the class name, which will be flex, and item will be center, and the gap, it will be let's give it 4 of gap. Now you see that looks better. So now this div is finished. Now over here, actually I'm not gonna take a div, I'm gonna directly take an ul, which will be redefined with some of the li, and that will be deals. Just take 2 of that so that we will understand what's going on. We have 2 deals. So now what we're gonna do in that ul, let's go and give some class name, it will be flex, and the gap will be 6, and text, it will be small text, and the font, it will be semi-bold. So now you see, I believe it will come all together. Why it's not coming? Yeah, it's coming all together. Now over here, you can see whenever I'm hovering, there is some hover effect is going on. Actually, now we need to create that effect also. And that's a pretty much simple effect over here, which will be in our li section. Let's go and give that. Whenever we are hovering, it will be underlined. Okay. And also we want underline offset to from the bottom. It will be little bit bottom, and the cursor, it will be a cursor pointer, and the decoration, it will be 1 pixel, and the duration, it will be 200. So if we go over here, as you see in the deal, that effect is happening. So now what I'm gonna do, because there is around 6 or 7 li, so in over here, I'm gonna just go and grab that one as the name of bottom li, the same setup of that we are giving. So now on that bottom number, yes, Navbar bottom, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and grab that all of the li with the name of that particular class name. You see the bottom li which we give in that. So now if we save that one, we are having that option. So now we have our header, top header and bottom header is ready. Now it's time to create our little bit optional over here, the Navbar. First, we're gonna create that slider over here. Then we will also create that flash pick of the day. So these two part we're gonna create. Now this is the slider. Whenever you is sliding up properly, because yeah, it's sliding properly, and the image is there, and also button is there. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna create that one. To create the banner, let's go in our components. We're gonna take another file which will be banner.tsx rafc. Now in that banner, we need to also connect over here. After Navbar, we're gonna get the banner. So after saving, we will be available to see that banner portion. So now let's go and create that banner over here. Now this banner have two portion, and also which having the content width actually. So to do that, in our, we don't need the Navbar, not required, global not required. So in the banner. So inside that banner, we're gonna have two particular div. So in the first div, actually we can go and reminisce the class name of that. So it will be the widthful, the BG will be white, and like padding and everything, it's gonna be similar the way it's supposed to be. So as you see, it will not be that much visible over here right now, but it's available there. And also what I am gonna do, because as you see, we are putting it everything in, like in the index, we are putting in the main tag. So that main tag, I'm gonna also go and grab some class name, which will be the BJ, it will be light blue. So as you will see, all the color, it will change once I'm pouring the other items. And also for that Navbar and banner, I'm gonna put inside that div, and in that div, I'm gonna give the container width in the max container. So the max width of the content container, and giving the BJ of white. Now as you see, actually they are having also a bit of issue with that, because now it's coming over here. So I'm gonna make that Navbar out of it. So now as you see, this is our section over here. So now that looks perfect. So let's go to our banner section, and this actually in banner 2 part, which will be like this one, which will be like 2 and 3, and this one will be 1 by 3. So let's go, and the related class name which I'm gonna giving, let's put it over here, and also for the down one, let's put it over here. I'm just getting those class names to show you what I'm gonna do over here. As you see, this two is available. Here we're gonna create our slider, and here it will go our flash pick of the day. So these two portion we're gonna create right now. So first thing, let's go first. So first of all, we will create the slider. And if you saw my previous video, I love to create that slider using React Slick. That is very good to use, and I love to use that one. So let's go to in the documentation. We need to install that one first. And also we need to install the CSS. And now we need to import that file over here. Now, whenever you are importing any external file in the Next.js, you need to keep that in that app.tsx. Don't keep in the indexed or document. You need to keep that in app.tsx. Okay, remember that one always. So now I will remove that one. So our slider is good to go. And how we can actually get the slider is written over here. So to do that, we can just go and grab that portion to show you our slider. So this is our slider portion. It will go over here. Also, we need to import that slider. Let's import the slider portion. And also we need to import that settings. Now you see the TypeScript error is happening. So we need to get that one to come up with the all type definition is required for running that React Slick. So after installing that one, the error will go and you will see, yeah, the error is gone. And I think by now, as you see, our slider is ready. So I'm just gonna go a little bit in a short way to show you how we're gonna implement that one. First of all, I'm gonna get all the imports images I'm gonna use, which will be banner image. 1 to 5 image will be there. I think 4, yeah. So now I'm gonna implement that images over here. So first of all, I'm gonna remove this other div. I will use the one div over here. Then I'm gonna show you how we can implement the others. Then I'm gonna having one image tag over here and that an image tag. It will be the source. Oops. Source will be slider image 1. Also, the alt will be the image 1. Oops, something wrong. Okay. I believe I didn't import that one. That's why it's giving the wrong. We need to import that one from next image. And for the first image, I want to make it prioritized. So whenever someone is coming in my app, they will see the first image over here. So this is our image. Now I need to pour some of the CSS class name for that. And to do that, I will go in our top level of the div. Let's go in that div and I'm going to give it width of full and I'm going to just give a height of 410 pixel. And I'm going to make it relative because there will be some of the items which will be in actual proportion. So for the image, I'm going to giving the full width and height to take all over the page. I'm going to giving object cover and rounded LG. Now you see our images is available. So after images, we need to create that portion where it will be that spring fashion in balloon and other text item. It will be appear over here. So after that image, I'm going to take a div over here. And inside that div, we're going to create that one. So in that div, first of all, let's go. I'm going to take an h1 tag. And after that h1, there will be a p tag. And after that p tag, there will be a button tag. So in that button and other p tag, I'm going to take whatever I need. So first of all, I'm go and grab that text I'm gonna giving over here. It will be string fashion in bloom. And also for our p tag, it will be that one. And for our button tag, it will be that simple, just shop now. So this is the items we're gonna putting over here. Now it will go Frankie because we need to make that enter div in absolute. So we'll make absolute and giving a width of 60 to make it looks better, and height it will be full. And because we are making it an absolute, so we're gonna make it in the top. It will be top 0 and left will be a little bit 4 to give you room to breathe, and make it a flex, and flex it will be in a column proportion, and the gap will be 3. And by the way, it will be text of white. So after saving it, you can see that is available over here. That's good. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in h1 tag, and in over here, let's go and give a font of bold and the text of 2XL. And for our p tag, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna just go and grab some of the class name for our p-tech. And now you see that looks better. So now we need to redefine our button tag. From here, we need to make it there like that. So to do that, let's go to our button. Class name, it will be background, it will be, let's keep white. Oops, white. And it will be smaller tag. And text will be black. And the font will be a semi-bold. I'm gonna make it rounded full and giving width of 24 and height of 8 to looks a little bit better. And the border, I'm gonna give a custom border which will be 1px, and the border will be black. So now after having that, you see our button is ready. So now if I just go and grab with another one, like I have one image, let's go and grab 2 image. You see, if I say, you see now over here, actually the image will be different, the text will be different. So we need to create something by where we can see the different text, but we can use a component in that way. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take another file over here in our component. It will be bannertext.tsx, RAFCE. So now in that banner text, so I'm gonna just take one for a bit now. This entire text which we put over here, I'm gonna just cut that all. I'm gonna paste it over here. Let's go to banner. I'm gonna take that banner text. So now we are having that banner text, the similar text as the way it's supposed to be. So now there is a problem with that because the text will not be same always. So see, text is different, the button text is different. So what we need to do, we need to pass all over the text as a props, okay? So if we pass it as a props, then we can get that item. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and grab all over the text over here. Now you see, we're passing the title, description, and the btn text. So everything we are passing as a props. So in that over here, we can capture that one as props also. So let's go over here in the banner. We're gonna get the title, we're gonna get the description, and also we're gonna take, I believe, the btn text. So now if we just come over here, passing the title, and over here, we're gonna pass the description, and over here, we're gonna get the btn text. And as you see, that is working much fine. So I believe there is a little bit a gapping option over here, which we need to fix. Okay, let me just fix that one. Actually, if I is from the top, we are giving it a 0. What if we give a little bit a 6? So it will be, yeah, now it looks good. So now as you see, whenever we are passing that one, the TypeScript is freak out because we need to define what we are passing, right? So I'm gonna take an interface, and that interface, I'm gonna define whatever the props I am passing. And for that, I am passing the title. Oops, it will be title, title, and that title, title will be string. And I'm also passing the description, which also will be string, and I'm passing the btn text, which also will be string. So now over here, I'm gonna pass that one. Oops, oh, mistake again, props. So now as you see, TypeScript is happy, I'm also happy. Now there is another catchy thing. As you see, sometimes that text is different, like, so we need to change the color of the text. So what I'm gonna do, instead of raw define, because we can change the color from here, we can make the black or white. So we will also pass our CSS class name as a props. We can also pass that one. So what I'm gonna do, from the banner, I'm gonna pass that one like that class name as a CSS value. Okay, so now the same class name we put over here in banner text, so we are getting that one as a props. So also let's add that one in that class name, which will be string. Now instead of that class name, we can make our custom class name, and of course we need to add it over here, otherwise it will yeah, we need to add it over here, class name. So now as you will see, that is working similarly the fine way. So what I am gonna do, actually I am gonna go and get all the images I'm gonna use for my build. It will be 4 images and require a class name for that. So it will be in my banner, and instead of that's the same thing, so I'm gonna just go and grabbing those images over here. That's the images, the text is available over here, the class name is here, and the text and class name, you can go through over it and you can understand it very much better. So now we are having that our banner ready. So now after that banner, remember we have also 2 button over here. Actually we need to create that button. So now you can go over here, and in the example you can understand how that one is working properly. So I'm not gonna waste much of time to, because we're gonna use that prev and next methods to redefine the button over here. So you can feel free to go over here and understand that. You will understand that one is very much simple. So for our today's build, actually you feel free to follow the step I'm going through. So now what I am gonna do, for first of all, I will make that dot false and just that one. So I'm gonna get that my predefined class name over here. And also what I will do for next arrow and for the prev arrow, I will declare over here. So now I have that simple next arrow for next and simple prev arrow for prev. So I will just use that one over here to create that, because I'm not gonna waste that much time to explain. If you watch my previous video, you can understand much more better. So I'm gonna just go and grab my next arrow function over here. You see that that is the simple next arrow. And also I need to get our icons, and for our previous one, I'm gonna implement it over here. So this is the next and prev arrow. Go to React Slick documentation for this build. You can feel free to just follow that step, what I'm doing over here, and it will work just fine. So if I save that one, as you'll see, our button is ready and its banner is sliding smoothly. So now we have our first portion. Now we need to create that one over here, which will be the flash pic of the day. And to create that, we need to go inside over here in our another div over here. So first of all, inside that div, I'm gonna take another div, and that div I'm gonna take h2, which will be plus pic of the day. And you're gonna see that is available right here. So for that one, I'm gonna go and grab some of the class name to make it looks better. I'm just giving a text Excel, font semibold, text in black. And also after that flash shell, I'm gonna having another p tag, which will give us, it will be view all. And also for that p tag, I'm just go and grab some class name. And as you see, we have 2. But what we need to do, we need to make it a flex to looks much better. Introduce some class name, which will be flex item center. And then it will be justify between. Now you see that looks better. So after that div, which we are having over here, we need to take another image, which we're gonna use. And that image over here, we have the source, and that source, it will be, let's give another image, which will be the banner image. And in the alternative, we're gonna just make cell. As you see, that image is ready over here. And for that image, I'm gonna just go and make a class name. Height, it will be 60. So it's gonna, yeah. And also, I'm gonna make an object cover to looks a little bit shiny and better. So after that, we're gonna have one option button and the other portion. So to create that one, let's go over here. Actually, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna create a custom build button over here, which will be button primary or primary.tsx rafce. And over here, we're gonna get that as button. So now in that primary button, we're gonna get that options. And now in the banner, because we're gonna use that button elsewhere also, so we're gonna take that, use a custom hook with that. So now we have an optional button over here. And for that button, we also need to predefine some of the class name. So I'm gonna go and grab those class names to use that one over here. So the similar one with 20, height 7, and just a little bit like a designing pattern over here. As you see, we are getting our optional button. And now in that button, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna pass that text as a btn text. Okay, so that btn text, it will be optional text over here. And now I can actually get the props at btn text, and also I can use that props at btn text. And of course, you can, if you just avoid using with any, it will be fine. But what I am gonna do, I'm gonna use that same. I'm gonna use a type which will be props, and I'm gonna pass that one as props, which will define that the value will be as string. So now, as you see, that optional button is ready. And after that option button, we're gonna have two more things. One will be one p tag. I think both will be the p tag. So in first p tag, I'm gonna giving the price for it, which will be from 199. And also I'm gonna give it the name of it. As you see, that is available. So now for that, I'm gonna, for our first p tag, I'm gonna go some of the class name I'll grab. And also for our second p tag, now this is similar, it's a simple class name. You can feel free to follow and you will understand this better. So now our banner is ready, our header is ready. So now remember, first of all, what I said, we're gonna use that API dot product data to create our own API, own product data. Remember? So these things we're gonna create. Now it's coming much more interesting because you're gonna learn how to create your custom API. Now, by default in Nextjs application, you see the API and you see our hello.tsx. So now if you just go over here, API, and type hello, you're gonna see that same portion over here actually giving you that API, right? So in that portion, what we're gonna do, actually, we're gonna create one API which will give us our product data. And if you also want to, feel free to, if you want to use some other like fake, I think store API.reactbd. Yeah. If you want to use that, actually, I also uploaded over here. I'm going to pass that link in the description, which will be the fake store API.reactbd.com. You can see it's the Walmart products data is the data we are going to use it. So feel free to link that one if you go in that link. Otherwise, also you can create your own custom API, which we're going to create right now. To create that custom API, what we're going to do over here in the API folder, okay, we're going to create another like product data.tx. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to just copy that hello one and I'm going to paste it. Okay, so just I'm going to pass at product API. So now if we go to in that API, we will be able to see that product API. You see, name product API. So now there, we need to pass that actually as a variable, and we can, like, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a const. It will be our product data. And inside that product data, I'm going to pass an array. And inside an array, I'm going to pass the object, which object will be an ID, like 101. An ID will be number. And what I am going to pass actually, I'm going to pass these things, because my product, which will be having an ID, title, description, and the image link, I also already created and uploaded in ImageBaby, so you can get that image. And is new, is true, category will be electronic. So those information I can use in my overall build. So this is the structure. I'm gonna use that one. So what I am gonna go, I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and grab all of the products required for our today's build. Now I'm going to go through a little bit slower, so you can feel free and see how you can do it. Also, I'm going to put that in the description in the second line or third line, the link where you can find that product data. So these all are the products. It will be 20 products available for that. Feel free to use the way you want to utilize your product. So now we are having our array, right? So now how we're going to pass that array, right? To pass that array, what I am going to do in that JSON file, I'm going to just simply pass that product data. So now it will be ready. Now we can actually access that product data. And if we just go over here, the product data is available. But as you see, the TypeScript is crying because it's need to have a type definition, right? So that type definition, what I am going to do, oops, it's not showing over here. Yeah, I'm going to just go and grab those all. I'm gonna go grab those one. Remember, we are passing the data as a value of the props. So now what I am gonna do in the data, I'm gonna passing that value, and of course that value is coming in an array, so we need to pass that one as an array. So now you see that one is gone. So now we can access that API in our front end. And we're gonna do it in our index.js. We're gonna use that SSR to get that data over here. So we are going to use the SSR to get our data from our API. So in our index, I'm gonna close all other. So now in our index.js file, tsx file, I'm gonna initialize that our, like I'm gonna put that in the comment over here. Like SSR data fetching is that here. So now we're gonna fetch that data. And how are we gonna fetch? Actually, we're gonna initialize a function. Oops, it will be export, and const, it will be get server side props. And now we can run that function, and oops, it will be a function. So we need to create that. So now that function, it will be an assign function because we're going to fetch the data from our backend. So now it will be const the product data, and that data, it will await, and that one, it will fetch from our API, which we have over here. Oops, just server was down over here. So that data, it gonna fetch from our localhost 3000 API, which we are using for that. It will be our API. We can fetch that data from over here. Now, whenever you're gonna deploy your application, you need to change that link from there because you will get your domain name and other things. Then the API will be productive. So just be careful whenever you are deploying in your production build. And after having that, we're gonna make the data, we're gonna take it as a JSON, and we're gonna get the data over here. I think I made something wrong. It will be await, and then oops, so, yeah, I made something wrong. So it will be await, and after await, I need to make the fetch. Yeah, I made a little bit of bad things over here. So we need to fetch the data, and after fetching, we need to pass that as a JSON data. It will be there. So now we are having that data available. So now how we can pass the data through our components or pages whenever we are requiring the data. and we can pass the data like props. So what I'm going to return from that get server side props, I'm going to return that as props, and that props will be our product data. So now this data actually I can access. So how I can access? If we go over here and I'm going to just pass that as a product data, and if I make that console.log product data, now I will be available to see our data in our console. Oops, title, my title, additional get server side properties must be nested under props key. Okay. Did I miss something? Let's just make a refresh. I think I missed something. So instead of without the destructurizing, it will be destructurized. I think it's maybe because of the TypeScript is happening. That's why maybe. Additional keys or return from get server side props properties intended for your component must be nested under props key. Okay, we need to get that type definition to give as a props key. So what I'm gonna do in our top level, I'm gonna create one file which should be type.d.tx. So here I'm gonna go and define my type definition for my application. So first of all, we're gonna define our product data, which will be our product data. So we know what is available in our product data. So export, we're gonna export an interface which will be our product, and that product will including some of the things which will have the ID, title, is new, and all other things. So we're gonna implement that one, and it will be structures of array. So this is the type we're gonna pass over here, and that data actually what I am gonna do, I'm gonna pass that as interface, and there I'm gonna pass it as a props, and that props it will be product data, and that product data it will be product from the type definition. So now we're gonna pass that one as props. So the type definition is gone. Let's save it. Let's see if we can see our things. Oops, still having some issue. Maybe I made some mistake of spelling that one. Get server side props. See over here. Oops. Get server side props. If I found the solution for it, it may be get server side get server side props and assign function which will be const product. We are awaiting for the product, and then we are fetching the product from our API, which will be the localhost 3000 API product data, and then we're returning the JSON, and in the return we are passing that product data as props. So now it's time to also we are getting that props, and as you see we declare in the type definition how the product it will be look like. So let's make console.log. I think we had a minor error. It will be go. Yeah, it's going. Just hit the refresh button if you are looking that error again. So it will resolve that one. So now if we go to our console, as you see our data is available, and that data is coming from our API. So now actually we can also create another component which will be our product component. So let's go and make that one, which will be products.tsx rfce. So now over here in our index file, we're gonna implement that one, products, and I believe we can see the products now. Yeah, that product section is available. So in that product section, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna pass that data, that our products data, I'm gonna pass it as a props. So let's pass that one. So now in our products data over here, we can be available to get the product data as we are passing it over here. So how we can get the fetch the data over here? So in the products, we are passing that product data. And now we know what the value is over there. So I'm just passing any value. So it will be just fine. So we're going to make a console.log just to see if what we are receiving over here, it will be the same product data we are receiving beforehand. If we inspect that one, go back to our console, the same array. Okay. So now actually we can go and map through that array and get our product data in our application. So those are the data. So I'm not going to focus the CSS that much. I'm going to go and feel free to show you how it's going to do, because there is a lot of other functionality which we need to move on and make it simplify in a way to understand. So first of all, in our product section, what I am going to do, let's go in the top level of that. I'm going to go and give some class name, which will be, I will make it as a grid, so it will work just fine. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to make that product data dot map, and I'm going to take it the item, and I'm going to return a div. So now you see that item is freaking out because it doesn't know, the TypeScript doesn't know what are the items I'm giving here. So now if I give any item, it will go, but I want to amplify whatever the items I am passing because I know the items. So in the TypeScript, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna export another interfaces, which will be our item, which will be then passing an ID, title will be string, and description, image is new, old price, price, band, and category, which the type it will be here. So in here, I'm gonna pass that one, that item from the definition. So now we have the type definition to go. So first of all, let's go in the div. In that div, I'm gonna passing that image, and that image gonna have some of the value because I need to make custom width and height. So let's go and give that one. So with a 300, height 25, and the source will be the item.image, which source we are using, and it will be the item image. Now, if we come over here, as you see, that domain which we publish, because we need to tell the Nextjs that from which domain it can prefetch the images, because it's a server-side rendering, so it's gonna prefetch that images in proper way. So what I am gonna do, I'm gonna go in my next.config.js. Now here, I'm gonna pass the domain name, which the domain I'm gonna use for our today's application. So there will be like 3 domains which will support our images. For the pixel image, image pb, and other is for the Google. So now let's save it. And even you save it, it will not go, because whenever you are making any changes in your next.config.js, what you need to do, you need to just restart your server. So npm run dev. So now it's gonna start again, and I think this time the error will go. Let's load a bit. Okay. Size having the issue. Okay, so actually go in that deep. So what I am gonna do, I'm gonna pass some of the class name for our in the top level of the div. So we need to give the key. Remember, otherwise it will freak out, which is going to be changing. So the key will be item.id. So now if we go over here, type error, device sizes is not iterable. I don't know from where this type, that one is coming. If we go to our type definition, did we make any? Okay, so this one I'm not using right now. Just remove that one. Let's see how it's happening. npm run dev. Sometimes it's giving some unexpected error, which is really, I don't know how it's happening. Okay, still the same error is happening. To rectify the refresh a bit, I think we made a mistake whereupon we yeah, we need to just pass that image, then not the domain, it will be domains. So that's why it's not taking in that error is coming from there. So just feel free to just go through in that way. It will be all right. Sometimes it's giving some freaky error, which we don't know how it's coming. So after hitting refresh, now as you see, we can have our product image over here. That hover effect is coming from that hover we created over here. That, you know, whenever we are having hover in group, that will affect over here. So now as you see, we are having our product. So after the product, let's see what else we have. We have that section in below, which will be the description, where we're going to start the description. So let's go below the products. So this is the div here, which we accumulating the products. So below that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a div, and inside that div, I'm going to take another div, because we're going to create two buttons. So let's go and use that two button over here. The first one, it will be the button which will call that add items, like add. And in that add also, there will be another icon is available, which will be go plus. And so let's see whatever the icons I may require for my application. So I'm gonna take that one. And for our button over here, before the add, I'm gonna span tag, span, and I'm gonna use that button over here. So now as you will see, you will be available to see that too. Now we need to just make a little bit CSS to make it a much better. So what I am gonna do in the button, I'm gonna go and grab some of the class name for my button over here. As you see, I'm giving a width and height and a background color. It's the normal proportion, and as you see, our button is ready. The similar way, I'm gonna also do that one for our details one, which will be in the below button. All the properties, it will be same. The color will be changed. So for the color and other things, I'm gonna just introduce some of the class name over here. So also the same width and height, it will just a little bit go and further 24 and BG white and other some proportion of the class name. And as you see, the button is available over here. Now it's not only the button, we need to make it in a way that would be looks much better. So what I'm gonna do, in that initial div, I will make a flex, and I'm gonna make it in a justify. Oops, it will be justify between, and the padding in y-axis, it will be 2. And you see that looks better, but our entire div over here is not looks that much better. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna be giving a padding in x-axis 2 and padding in y, it will be 4, and then it will be a flex, it will be flex in a column, and it will be justify center. So now as you see, our button looks better, and that also looks pretty cool. So what we're gonna do, we need to generate the other text over here. And to do that, after the button, the button is finished over here. We're gonna take another div, and inside that div, we're gonna take a p tag, which will reflect that one. Now we're gonna give the price in the dollar, which will be item.price. So we will be able to see the price over here. And for the price, you see it will be a different color, like a green color. So we're gonna add that color over here. So this is our p tag over here. That will be the font title, font, text, LG, and others. So now we are taking that inside a div. So we have that one. Also, we need to create that the old price over here. So let's go and grab that another. Oops, it will be another p tag. And another p tag, it will be the item dot, it will be the old price. That's the beauty of TypeScript. You see all the things is available over here once you define that type definition. So now this is the thing we have. So in the top level on that div, I'm gonna give it a flex, and item center gap will be 3. And also for the other text, which I'm gonna do for the old price, it will be text will be gray 500, and I'm gonna make it line through, and the decoration, it will be 1 pixel. So if we save, we can see that portion is ready. So, and after that, we need to add our title, description, and the star. So to do that, first of all, let's go and make that's the div finish over here. And now we're gonna give that item.title. And some of the title is getting a little bit bigger. You see, it's different. It's much more bigger. So we need to make that title in a way that it will not go beyond that. So we will specify the letters, how many letters it's gonna take. Because because the title, it will be a little bit bigger. We will focus on that. So if I just go and grab the class name for the titles, font title font, font, not the title font, text LG font semi-bold PY2. As you see, that is our title, and it looks a little bit Frankie over the down. So what I'm gonna do, item.title, I am gonna make that substring of that. What it will go 0 to 25. It will not go beyond that. So this is our title, and also we're gonna go and make that description over here, and also we're gonna make that description also the same way. We will create the substring, which will be 0 to 80, and if there is another, it's gonna just go and show the crossing line over here that there is more, which we can be available to see once we are going the detail page. So now we have that our title and description. You see, that looks cool. So after having that, we also need to add our star over here, which will be the star icon. And that star icon, I'm gonna put inside a div, and it will be the big star fill. So there will be 5 star, and thus the star is available. And also we're gonna go and grab some class name, which will be flex. Text will be smaller text, and the gap will be, it will be 1. So let's see. Okay, now we can see that one, but there is a mark of 25, which will be down over here inside a p tag, like how many icon we are, how many star we are receiving. And to do that, I'm gonna put that inside a div over here, because now see, it's gonna go, it looks much better. See, it's not looks that much better. So what I am gonna do, actually, I'm gonna, in the topper level of the div, I will make it a flex, and I'm gonna give a gap of 2, item center, and text, it will be SM, and margin top, it will be 2, little bit lower side. Now you see that is looks better. So now actually we can go and grab some of that other things to make it looks much better, to take everything in the center. Like as you see, we're having our description over here, like scroll, justify center. If we just make item center, it will go item center. So now you can feel free to do whatever style you want. I'm not gonna go to use that much style right now. Now, as you see, our header is not getting sticky. Now we need to actually go and configure some of the things which we're gonna do. First of all, we go to our Navbar in the top, which we're gonna do. We will make it as sticky, top 0, and Z, it will be 50. And after doing that, you see our header is sticky. So now after the header, after the product section, we need to create one like the footer also. So after creating footer, we're gonna utilizing that one, because as you see, whenever we go any of the page, like if we go to cart, our header and footer is available everywhere. Okay, other thing is changing, but header and footer, it should be available everywhere. So those things we're gonna create. First of all, we need to create our footer. So let's go footer.tsx rfce, and that footer we need to implement that one in our index over here. Yes, I believe after that one, footer. So we can be seeing the footer is ready over here. So now in the footer, we have a two portion, which will be footer top, and then it will be footer bottom. So that is the, okay, first we need to create the top footer. Also we create another components, which will be our footer.tsx, RAFCE, and we will also get that top footer over here. Now in the top footer is a two thing. One, like we can also use, actually you can keep that in the footer itself, but I'm just setting things in a different way. So to now, what we're gonna do in our top footer, we're gonna have another div, two div it will be there, and it will be, we will love to hear what you think. So that will be one. And then there will be a button which will be give feedback. So these two button, now this is the two, this tweet will be like that. So we need to create that one like the other way it's supposed to be. And to create that, first of all, let's go in the top level. We're gonna make it a class name, which will be white full bg. It will be light blue. And also in the div, which is entitled to our everything, I'm gonna go and make it padding in y-axis. I'm gonna give it 10, and it will be flex. It will be in a column, and gap it will be 4. Justify center, and items also will be in center. So now it will see, you're gonna see everything is in the center. So now we just make that change in the button and the text. So for the p text, I'm gonna just give a font of medium. It will be just fine. And the button, there will be some more class name on it, because I'm gonna give a width and height with that one to move it a little bit flexible way. So now giving width 36, height 9, giving a border and also a hover effect to make it looks better. Now you see, that looks better. So now after the top footer, we will go to our actual footer. Now in that footer, what we have a list of li item, like some of the list item, which we're gonna make it in a flexible way. So to do that, first of all, the color is, color is the different color. So now in our footer, let's go in top class, it will be full, and bg, I think bg we defined before, or I think that will be the 9a. I have no idea if I defined that bg beforehand. Let's go to our Tailwind config. It's a 9a at the end. Yeah, we create that one as a hover bg. Yes. So instead of typing in a raw one, we're gonna make it a bg hover bg. So now as you see, we can see the hover is getting the color. It will be text as white, and padding top it will be a 4, padding B it will be 6 to make it looks much better. And now after that div, there will be another div which will be giving the width of the max container, and it will put in the middle from everywhere. So it will be mx auto. Now over here, I'm gonna take our, sorry. Over here, I'm gonna get that our list item. So it will be departments. I'm gonna just popping up 2 because we're gonna initialize all over the things like the similar way. You see the all departments is available. So over here in that UL, I'm gonna giving some of the class name, which gonna make it looks much better. So what it gonna do, it gonna giving a width of full, and it gonna make it a flex, and it will be flex wrap. So whenever the flex is finished, it's gonna go on the lower side. So I'm gonna also giving a gap of 1, justify center, and then text it will be SM, smaller text, and the text color it will be a zinc of 200 to make a little bit of white variety. So if we do that, see, it's coming in the middle. So now over here also we are having a little bit like effect over here. So this effect we're gonna create using in the li list, giving a class name, which will be whenever we hover, it will be hover, the text will be white, and the duration, it will be 200, and the margin left, it will be a 2 from the left side, and the cursor will be pointer. So these are the very small similar things we're gonna create. Now whenever if we just go and grab that one, that same class name, if I implement that one over here, you see that looks much better. So in the similar way, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and grab all over the class, all over the list item I'm gonna use for that one. So instead of these two li, I'm gonna just put that one, the same class name. You can put in the css that same class name, or I'm just putting in that way. Feel free to type that one the way you like. So now we have that one, and after that we have one p tag over here, a similar smaller p tag. After the li, we're gonna having that p tag over here, which gonna give us okay, I'm not gonna use the icon over here, and in the C it will be 2023 shoppers.com all rice dessert. And for that text, okay, so now as you see, our footer is ready, our header is ready. So we need to make that footer and other things is unique. So like if I just make a card, oops, there is something wrong. Okay, so like if in the page section, because we're gonna having a cart page later on, so like if I want to create a cart page, like let's go and make cart.tsx rafce. So now we will have the cart page available. If we use the cart, you see the header and footer is not available in particular way. So we need to make that header and footer in a unique way. So in every single application, that header and footer will be accessible. So now for that, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a layout in our component section. So layout.tsx rafce. That in that layout, we're gonna formulate whatever things we require. So first of all, in the layout, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna take an empty curly braces, and then I'm gonna take the Navbar. Oops, it will be our Navbar which we have, and then I'm gonna pass that main. Because what I need to do actually, just it's better to explain a bit. I'm gonna pass that Navbar and that footer over here, top footer and bottom footer. These three things I'm gonna pass, and inside all over the things I'm gonna pass as a children. So whenever I'm gonna go in the cart page, I'm gonna go all the items from the cart page as a children, but these other three things, our header footer will be available, and whenever I go to our home page, these things will be available from the like the children props. So other things, it will be available as the way it's supposed to be. So we need to pass the value as a props, which will be our children. So I'm gonna go and take a main value, and here, oops, it will pass that value as the children. It will not be, it will be C. Oops, I'm not gonna take that one. Okay, so it's gonna pass that as a children, and then we're gonna go and have the top footer, and we're gonna have that footer over here. So now we need to specify that children, how that children gonna come, right? So now we're gonna get that children as props, and also we need to define that props. We're gonna define that interface, which will be our props, and inside that props, the children, which will be a React element. So the children will be a React element, which we are going to pass as a props. So now, as you see over here, our layout is ready. We are passing the Navbar, top footer and footer as in every pages, and all the other things initially happening on that page, we are getting as in the children. So now it is ready to implement. So where we will implement, we're going to implement that one in our app.tsx. So here we need to pass that props. So how are we going to pass? I'm going to just go bring my layout from the component, and that's it. I believe that's it. So let's go, and over here, as you see in the card, that is available. So also let's go to our Navbar, because I'm gonna use that link over here. We're gonna take that link from the next link, and also whenever you're using that link, we need to create a hub, and it will take us to our home. So we click, we go to our home page. And now as you see in the home, that header and also the footer is available. So what we need to do in that index file, we're going to remove that navbar, we're going to remove that top footer, bottom footer, that's not required. And oh, we are having a console running over here. So remove that one, as you see. And also whenever we click in the card, we will be available to go in the card. So let's go down. Also put a link over here, which we're gonna take us to the cart. So now as we test our API, let's go to cart. We have the cart, shoppers, we have that our homepage. So first of all, what we need to do, we're gonna create that portion to see the details. Whenever we click, it's taking us to in a page where we see with the coming a particular ID, and that things is happening in that build. Now we're gonna create that page. To create that page, because that it will be an unique page. So in the pages over here, I'm gonna take a folder which will be our product folder, and in that product folder, you need the ID. It will be changed in every single direction, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a value as a props as id.tsx. So rafce, it will be product details. So now if we go over here and type the product and typing any ID value, it's gonna take us to our that product details. You see, it's getting that page over here. So now what we need to do, whenever we click on that details page, details button, it's gonna take us to that page, and the details is available over here. So what I'm gonna do, details is available over here in our product, I believe, in the products. So accept that products, I'll close the others. So in here, that details button over here, it's gonna responsible for that. So what I am gonna do in here, gonna use a not in that way. I'm not gonna use that on click function. I'm gonna use as a link from the next link to go on that page actually. So let's go href, and then it will be actually I'm not gonna pass in the it will be in href. So I'm gonna modify our path name, so it will be a path name, and I'm gonna use the backtick because I will take the product, and after that product, remember we have actually the item and dot id. So whatever product id is available, it will take us to in that page. Like if we just go and grab and click on that, you see it's getting the product and id. So but we need to also pass a query over here because we need to get that product details, right? So what are the details is available over here? We need to get the details. We need to get the id and get the title and everything. We will get it from here. So now if we save, and also if we go to our product page over there, we will be available to see that. So let's go, and here is our product page. And whenever we are passing in that things, we can get access that one using the router. So cons router, it will be the router, which will be the next router. And let's make a console.log router to get the value, to just see whatever we are getting, because we are passing a query. So let's see if we are receiving the query value or not. So if we click in details, as you see, we're getting that as a path name. As you see, it's a very big path name. We need to modify that one. And also we are getting that query, all the items is available. And by the way, we are receiving that ID here as a string, which can be a problem whenever we're storing data to our Redux toolkit. So we're going to modify that one later. So now we are receiving the value and our string is pretty huge. So we need to modify that one first. So what I am going to do in the products, I'm going to pass that a variable, which will be name as, because I want to modify our string, that one which will be a product, and then we're gonna pass that one, that item, item dot id. So we want to modify in that way. So initially it's gonna take that name. So like if I go over here, click the details, you see that looks better. So now in our id page, whatever the things, it will be happening there. We will have on one image and then the details over here. So I'll go much faster on that because we have a lot of things to cover up. You feel free to follow up with that CSS portion we're gonna create. Just go through all the class name and it will work just fine. So now we are passing the data. We are getting the data available over here. So now we need to set the data, right? So to set the data, we'll take a variable which will be responsible to set the data over here. We will set the data in an empty object over here. And now the data may change, right? Whenever the product is changed, the data will change. So we will take that inside an useEffect function. And in that one, we will also create another one which will be like load is loading and set loading, because sometimes maybe the data is going to be load a little bit delayed, so we can put that one in an option. So whenever the data is loading, it will make the loading true. And we want to make the set product, which will be giving our router dot query, whatever the product we are receiving. And whenever the product is available, we're gonna make the set loading as false. And when that will modify, okay, we're gonna just passing an empty string to make that one looks better. So if we just go and make a console.log, and we will be able to see our products again. So let's go over here, clear everything, go shoppers, and let's go in details. Now you see we're receiving our product. So now we need to show that products over here. So it will be two step aside. It will happen. We're gonna inside that div. Actually, we're gonna take another div. First div, which we're gonna do, because we're gonna give a full width and the background will be white. And also the second div, we're gonna give a content width of that. And the max will be auto, flex, item center, and py will be 4. As you see, that is the div where we're gonna show over the items over here. And now inside here, we need to create two div, which will be the right part and which will be the left part. And for the right part, we're gonna give that one as a class name, because we're gonna we are not giving the full height of that. We're gonna give a 2x3 height, first one, and the second one, the it will not be height, it will be the width, and the second one, it will be 1/3. So we are dividing the width and height over here. So this portion, like, we are giving the image a little bit bigger portion and the other one a little bit lesser portion. So first of all, let's go and pour the image over here. So I'm gonna take that image tag, because we are already using lots of the time the other one. Let's try to use that image tag. So in the image, the source will be, remember, we are passing that product.image. That will be our source, and it will be product image. So as we save, now you see we are able to see our product is available. Let's remove that console, not record anymore. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and grab the class name for that image, because what I'm gonna do, I'm not gonna give the overall width, because I'm gonna give it 80%, transform origin top left to cursor move, and just a bit of C. Now you can see So it looks much better. So now in the left part, we need to create that left part over here. So this is the one where we'll go the left part. So first of all, I'm going to take a p tag, which will be showing us our strategy, like bought things yesterday. And you will see that text is available. It's coming in the center because we make a flex call. And also, I think somewhere we make it in the center. That's why, yeah, that looks better. So now what I am going to do for that p tag, because I want to go and grab some of the class name for it. Feel free to type those class name. It will be very easy. It will work just fine. Okay, don't be freak out because I want to go much more faster, because if you see it's a 6 hours video, you may not look on it. Okay, so I will just go and type that one. Feel free to make a watch and make it worthwhile. So now this is our first portion over here. This portion is done. Now we need to create that other entire portion. So let's go and make that one. So what I'm gonna do after that p tag, I'm gonna take a div, and for that div, because we need to give a border on the div and other proportion. Oops. Okay. I'm gonna giving a padding in x-axis and y-axis, border and border gray, and you will see a little bit of marking over here. Yeah, inside that portion, we're gonna create all over the item. So now over here, I'm gonna take another div. I'm gonna take a button. Actually, I'm gonna take two buttons. One button, it will take us the bestseller, and another button, it's gonna take the rollback. That things actually work much better if you go through in production level, make your design much more better, and try to implement some more items, because I'm just creating the design to show you how it can be done. So you can feel free to follow through in your application and make it a little bit useful. So this is the simple kind of CSS I'm giving. As you see, that looks now great. So in the top level of the div, I'm gonna just give a flex and gap up 2. Now that looks better. Now I need to get the items portion. And also one more thing, I believe, which I need to create in that div. Okay. I'm gonna take that all over inside the div, because remember, after the div, I need to introduce one. Okay, let me get all over the icons. Icons and image I'm gonna use for this build. Okay, so this is the icon I'm gonna use over here. Oops. That is the icon. So now what I will do for that icon, I'm gonna go and give some class name for that, and text gray of 600, it will be there, and I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger to Excel. As you see, that looks better. So now in that div, go and make flex, justify center, item center, and you see, oops, not justify center, it will justify between. Okay, now that portion is done. We need to get that other portion which is happening, which will have the product info over here. So now this is the portion, first one, that div. After that div, we're gonna have that product info over here. So let's go take another div, and inside that div, I'm gonna give a p tag, which will give us that our item. Oops, not the item, because we are using that product dot brand. So you're gonna see our brand available over here. I believe that overall portion, it will be inside that div, because I go out of div, it will not be. So in that product brand, I'm gonna go and grab some of the class name of that. As you see, it's giving an underline and other things. And for in the top level of div, everything on that proportion, I want to keep it in a flexible way. And now also for the p tag, which will be our product.title. And for the title also, I want to make it looks much better. So this is our product.title. And after product.title, we're gonna have another p tag which will contain that product.description. And that description will be give us a little bit a light color, which will be Jing 500 and will be text as the normal text. So after saving that, you see we have our brand title and the description the same. It is that our way. And remember, we are giving one the icon, the same icon, the same setup what we did previously. We can just make the paste that one. That will work just fine. That's the icon we used in the our previous page. That's the same way I put that icon. So after that icon, we are having that the price section and others. So I'm just gonna go and create that one. So this is finishing over here. So now we're gonna take another div, and inside that div, we're gonna have that product.price. And that price, it will be a little bit bigger and the color will be different. And in that overall div, I'm gonna give another flex portion. Okay. So now, okay, that looks good. So after that p tag, we need to also create another p tag, which will be product.old price. Yeah. And after that old price, also I'm gonna take an span tag, and in that span tag, bs info circle. Okay, that portion is okay. So now what we need to do, I'm gonna go and grab the class name for that. That looks good. So now we will use that add to cart. I'm gonna just this portion you can create as you like. I'm just gonna paste that one over here because that's the product info is, I believe that is the product info finish over here. And after that product info, it will be like online info, which I'm gonna implement over here. So let's go put a div. So what I am gonna do for that overall the online info, I'm gonna just paste it over here. I'm gonna giving 18 month and with frame and be just circle similar way. So you can just create the way you like. Okay. And for that level of div also require some of the class name. So that div is finished over here. Now after the online info, that is the portion we're gonna use here pretty much more. So we need to take a div, and inside that div we're gonna use a button which will be add to it will be add to cart. This button actually we're gonna pretty much require for our application because we will add that card in the add that product in the card. So I'm gonna go and grab some class name for our that button over here. So as you see, this button is ready. And also because initially we need to pass a border for that div over here, so which will be separated that one. So now you see, so now we need to introduce this portion over here. Before previously I told you, I already informed that I need to go much faster in that CSS because there is much more complication is coming over here. So after add to cart, we're gonna have that delivery option that will be inside the div, and in the p tag, how do you, oops, it will be want your item, and the text, what I am gonna do, p tag. Okay, that looks good. So after that, I'm gonna take another div, and inside the div, which gonna amplify with one more div because I'm gonna use the tree image over here. And inside the div, I will have an image which will be within a source. It will be ship image 1. And so I'm gonna give an alt for that. Okay, it will implement the next image. So now we can see the image over here. So it looks bigger. So I'm gonna give you width of 10. So that image looks good. So now we need to create that text aligning over here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go and grab 3 of the text which I require for that div. As you see, that is available over here. So in the top portion of our div, I'm gonna introduce some of the class name, which it gonna go and take the full width and border, and it gonna amplify everything in the middle. So as you see, that one looks great. The similar way it's supposed to be in here. So also in our top level of the div, what I need to do, I will amplify that one, including our text sizes. I'm gonna give a make of a grid calls of 3, gapping 4, and text as the extra small, as you see. So I have 1. I just need to add 2 more with that. So what I am gonna do after that div, I am gonna just go and grab other 2 over here, shift 2 image and shift 3 image, and you see that how do you want your item is ready. And after that, the velo, we can also create another p tag. So that p tag, I'm just gonna go and grab it for you, and I need to implement that one over here. This is the p tag. So not coming yet. Okay, so now that looks better. So this is the items over here. So now if we go back to our shoppers, and if we just go and select any of the icon in the details, as you see, we are having our details page ready. So now we have our detail page, we have our shoppers page. Now what we need to do, we need to add the item in our application. And to do that, what we need to do actually, let's go and our friend in redux-toolkit, because we're gonna use that redux-toolkit for our today's build. So from here, what we need to do, we need to install all of this over here. So let's install that one. And after installing, we need to create a store. So first of all, what I am gonna do, in the top level of our directory, because I'm not gonna using the source directory, so I will create a file which is calling the redux, and then I'm gonna create that store.tsx, and here I need to implement that one. So this will be our store, and after getting that one, we need to go to our provider. And by the way, everything we're gonna implement that one, which will be reflect our here in app.tsx. So now in here, we're gonna modify that one, that how we're gonna store our application. So now we need to use that provider, need to import the provider from Redux, and also we need to import our store. So it will be stored from Redux store. So what we're gonna do, this entire application, I'm gonna wrap it with our provider, and that provider, remember, it will take a variable of store, store, which gonna pass our store. So after doing that one, if you just have a refresh, and then because now we are initializing our Redux toolkit to our application, so just use your console and you can see the Redux over here. Now in the action, I think it's the previous caching file is taking. So I will just go to our okay. So now as you see, I remove some of the cookies over here. So now our application is ready. Our state is empty and action is good to go. So now what we need to do, if we go through our documentation over here, we need to create our slicer over here, and then we need to go through and implement all of those things. So first of all, what I will do, I'm gonna go and create everything is required for our application of today. So in over here, in our Redux folder, I'm gonna take another file, which will be naming of that shopper slice.tx. Let's make it a .ts. And over here, we're gonna initialize everything. So first of all, what we need to do, we need to go and import that one, which will be, it will be create slice redux-toolkit. And now we need to make that initial state, which will be our, actually we're gonna use the two state. First one, it will be our product data, which will be an empty array. Oops, I need to make that equal sign, otherwise it will pass that error. And also we're gonna use that user info, which will be initially, it will be null. These two things, because we're gonna set our product data on the pass the product data, and also you're gonna use that user info. So after that, what we need to do, we need to const export. Oh, sorry, it will be export const. What we need to export, it will be our shopper slice, and that shopper slice will take a variable. We're gonna pass an object, and the name, it will be shopper. And first it will gonna take that initial state, and then it gonna create that reducers. So we're gonna create one first reducer, which will be add to cart, and that add to cart will take a state and action. Let's create that function. And now first of all, I'm gonna just make that one small one. So first of one, it will be like whatever we're gonna pass, like state dot product data dot, it will be equal to, it will be action dot payload. So whatever the payload we're gonna pass, it's gonna take an store in the product data. So now how we can initialize that one, that export consonant, what I'm gonna do, add to card, I'm gonna pass, and that value, it will be that shopper slice dot actions. That will be the value on that. And by default, I'm gonna also export something, which will be shopper slice dot reducer. That will be by default so far. Now in our store, as you see and go through the documentation, we need to connect our slicer on that. We need to pass the name and the slices variable. So how we can do that? Let's go to our store. So in the store, what we need to import is that our shopper reducer. So let's import. It will be shopper reducer from, it will be shopper slice. And in the reducer, we need to pass two things. Remember, we need to pass the name and the reducer. So name, it will be shopper, and the reducer, it will be shopper reducer. So after implementing that one, now if you go through our application, just hit a refresh. And now in this state, we are having the two state. One is product data, which is having an empty array. Another is user info, which is initially, it's null. So now first of all, let's go to our application in our home page. Now, if we click in the add button, we need to initialize that one. So let's go to our products. Remember where we are over here. We need to create that action over here, which we're gonna create right now. So first of all, whenever we are using that one, we need to make a dispatch function. It's patch, I think. Yeah. Oops. It's my bad. It will be const dispatch, which we're gonna use that. Use dispatch. So now, whenever we click on that button, on that add button, we're gonna fire off that one of the on-click event, which will take a function, and that function will dispatch the add to cart property. And here, we're gonna pass some of the variables. So what we're gonna pass? We're gonna pass all the available things for our products. We're gonna pass our ID, products ID, product title, description, images, image, price, old price, and other things. So we're gonna pass that one, and this item.id, we are getting that one from that item. So now if we go over here, you see that one is empty. If we click, we are adding one product. We click, now it's replacing the product, but we don't want to replace. What we want, because we are also passing a quantity, so the actual value, it will be in that way. If any product is available, we will just increase the quantity. If that product is not available, then we're gonna add the product. So we need to create that functionality over there. So let's go to our slicer over here. So in the slicer, first of all, we need to rectify our item. Okay, so let's go keep it down. First of all, const item, and to get the item, what we need to do, first state dot product data. We're gonna go in that product data. We're gonna find through the item, and that item dot id equal to action dot payload dot id. So if we pass in that way, that will be our like the item. That will be our existing item. So now this is freaking out because we need to make an like it doesn't know from where the item, what is the item is available. So let's go to our type definition file. What we're gonna do, we're gonna add another definition for our application, which will be name of that store product. So whatever the product we are storing over there, we're gonna store ID as number, not as a string. So we're gonna interfere in that. So ID, the title, description, so everything we're gonna store over there. So now instead, actually now I can tell the TypeScript whatever the items will consist of. So this is the item. Oops, this will be the item. So now this item, it will be consistent of store product, and you see now it's know whatever the product is available over there. So now if we are getting that item, right? So now we're gonna make a function over there. Oops. If there is the item is available, what it will do? It will do item dot quantity. It will increase the quantity, action dot payload dot quantity. Okay, it will increase the quantity. Else, if there is no item, what it gonna do? It gonna pass that same option over here, but instead of passing that one, what it gonna make? It gonna push that value through that array. Okay, so now as you see, there is still we are getting some of the error over here, and that error is coming because it doesn't find the quantity over here. And to get that quantity, we also need to interfere over here. Let's go and make that interface, which will be shopper. It will be shopper state, because we need to tell the Tailwind that the TypeScript what is available over here in the product data user info. Okay, otherwise it will gonna freak out. So just gonna copy that name. So the product data will consist that store product, which will be an M3 array at the beginning, and now also the user info. Initially it will be null, or we're gonna use that user info over here. And also another type definition we're gonna require for our user one, which gonna export that, oops, export interface, which will be user info. And user info will consist of ID, which will be string ID, because we're gonna take the user from the different like the Google or some other one, so we'll just put it as a string. And email also will be string. So now over here, user info. So now it's know actually what is gonna need to find out, what is gonna look forward to. So it's gonna know that one, right? And even it's no, still our quantity does not exist. So it's gonna giving us that error. Let's find out what is that. Is probably we are passing that shopper state over here, and we need to connect that one with that. So now as you see, our action is ready. So now we will be able to add some of the more products. Like if we just hit a refresh, let it go all the products. So now our shopper, the product data is empty. Let's add one product. As you see, 112. Let's add the similar product. As you see, its quantity is 1. Add more, the quantity is changing. And now we can go through add more product. So now that is working fine. So now we need to access that product data over here in the card, and we can do that. Let's go to our Navbar over here, because we need to see how it's actually working or not. We need to make that data. So what we need to do, we're gonna use that cons product data, and to access the data, we need to use that use selector, and that selector will give us the state from there, and that state, if you just console.log, you can find everything from this state. So I know where to go. So I'm gonna go store.shopper, and it will be from their product data. And for in that state, I know whatever the items and types already I described, so I know what is going to be there. So if we just make that console.log and make that product data, we're gonna see whatever the product data is available. As you see, is undefined, because now if we add, oops, we have that product data. Okay, we're getting that shopper. Okay, just pass that state. Let's see what we are getting. Yeah. Okay. We need to pass that shopper and that shopper product data. Okay. State dot shopper dot product data. So now if we go over here, oops, it's undefined. Why is undefined? That is the shopper. That's the product data. Okay. Now we need to access that product data. I think we misplaced a name over here. You see the product data. So I believe that it was a naming mistake. That's why we are not getting that. Let's go over PRODEU. You see? DUCT. So that's the issue we are having. We made that mistake over there. So that's why we are not getting that actual data. So now let's go over here, add some more the products. As you see, we are getting our product data. So how we can actually see that product data over here? What we're gonna do, instead of that one, we're gonna pass that product data dot length. Oops, let me just go and sort out some of the issue. So what I'm gonna do, if product data dot length is if the length is bigger than 0, means if there is a product data, so we're gonna pass that product data. Otherwise, it will show us the 0. So now, as you see, we have 3 items. Add more items, also the similar item, I think. More item, more item. Also, we need to check the price because we need to see show the price over there in the bottom side. So now we need to get the total amount, okay? And to do that, what are you gonna do? We're gonna take a variable. It will be total amt set total amt, and it's gonna pass through useStat. I'm gonna just pass an empty. Now, whenever we are adding some product in the cart, it's gonna change the item. Whenever we are adding, it's gonna change the value, right? So we need to pass it through our use effect. So just let's make the price equal to initial price. Price is 0. So now product data dot map item, which will be any value. We know the item. So now the price, it will be item dot price into item dot quantity. It will not be capital, it will be P, and we're gonna return that price. So we are just mapping through all over the items over here in the product data, and we are getting the each and every item price, and we are multiplying it with that quantity. Okay, so now we will be able to see the price over here. If you make console.log, you can feel free to make it. I know the price, it will be available over here. So I'm gonna make price dot to fixed because I want to show it in 2.0 later on. And now that one, whenever the product data will be changed, the total amount will be changed. So now we are having that total amount, and the total amount, it will be over here, total amt. As you see, we are having that over here. Now as you see, that is increasing. You see, that's perfect. So now what I am gonna do, I'm gonna go a little bit a quicker way on that. So let's go to our shopper slice. So now we're gonna create some more slice. One, it will be like the plus quantity, like we want to add the quantity in our cart slice. So after that, this is the finish over here. Now in the cart quantity, we are getting the item. If there is item, we are just getting that item dot quantity. And also for the minus quantity, is the similar way. What I'm gonna do, we're gonna find the item first. If there is an item available, and if the item is quantity equal to 1, that it will be 1. If it's like more than 1, then we're gonna minus the quantity. So feel free to go through on that, you will understand it better. And also we're gonna create that delete item, which will be deleting the item. You see, so we're gonna get the state.product. So we are filtering that item with the item.id, with that action.payload we are passing from there. And also we have another one, which will be the receipt card. Whenever we click on that, we're gonna make that state.product card in that initial array which we are passing over there. So what I am gonna do, I'm gonna pass that value over here. So now we will be able to actually go and make that one over here. Also, we need to be able to add product from here. And to do that, what I am gonna do, remember beforehand, I told that whenever we are this value, like that is our product ID. So now here we are receiving that ID as an string. So first of all, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make the const ID, which will be I will make it a number, and that number, it will come from that product.id. So it will be ID. And now we need to pass an on-click event add to cart that is over here. Before passing that, we need to get the dispatch. Const use dispatch. So now we need to dispatch that action over here. So it will be on click dispatch to cart. So now we need to pass that value. Now we are passing that ID as the ID. We are putting it as a number, and then the title, description, image, and other things. So now even you come over here and we add, you can see we can add that one, and that is whenever we are adding that, it's changing the price. So let's just hit a refresh. Okay, so now actually we can add, oops, let's go back over here. Yeah, go in details, add more. We can actually add the products the way we like. So that is working fine. So now whenever we are refreshing that one, our store is getting empty. So we need to actually stop that one. And for that one, what we need to do, we need to use that redux-persister. So first of all, we need to install the redux-persist. Redux-persist. And through that persist, also we need to import that one in our, I believe in our store, that it will be in the store. Yeah. In our store, we need to import that. We need to import that config over here to let the persistor work. And also we need to pass that persist reducer. Now here it will be the reducer which we are using, the shopper reducer. And now in here we need to pass that value, and there the value we need to pass that the name of that reducer which we are using, so which will be the shopper. And also we need to pass another thing. We need to export that persister from there. So we're gonna make export the persister. So now we need to also import that persist get, by which we're gonna link our application through that. So in that app.tsx, whereupon we're gonna create that item. So first of all, let's import that one, and also the persister. And in over here, we're gonna use that persist get, initialize that, and it will take a parameter which will be loading whenever the loading is happening. And the persister, it will be the persister we are passing through. So now if we go over in our application, if we add product, if we hit the refresh, as you see, the product is available over here. So now if we go to our cart page, we need to create that cart page. We need to create that like if we add that product or some of the more products. Okay. So now we need to see actually the cart page, how it's gonna work. So first of all, let's go and create that cart page. And actually before doing that, also we need to initialize another one, which will be we need to import that React hot toast. Remember, when we are adding a product over here, we are getting an notification with React Hot Toast. So what I am gonna do, I'm gonna implement that one, React Hot Toast. So let's go and npm I. You're gonna install the React Hot Toast. And I believe we used that one already in the product. So let's go in the product. Yes, we're initializing that one over here. So in here, what we need to do, we need to get our host and toaster. So that toaster, we're gonna put it in over here. And now whenever we are passing a product over here, adding a product, we need to fire up also another things, which will be and that toast dot success, and that success is gonna pass a variable, and in that variable we're gonna give that item dot title, item dot title to, we're gonna make it substring to that it will not be freak out and much more bigger. So is oops, it will not be there. That is added to cart. So now if we go over here and add some product, you see that is coming over here. And also we need to add it in the details page. So whenever we are happening on that, so in ID over here also we need to implement. So let's go in our product. So I'm gonna just go and grab those things. So it will be over here, and we need to implement our toaster in down, and we also need to import that toast and toaster. Okay, where's the wrong? Okay, it will not be item, it will be the product. Now if we add, we can see that one. So that is right. Oops, it will not be from there. So let's add some product here. We can see. Let's go back over here. Add some product. We can see. So now it's time to create our cart page. And to create the cart page, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go in the cart page. Let's go. Where is our cart page? That cart page. Now for that initial cart, I'm gonna go and grab some of the class name. Now there is a problem with the cart page. I'm gonna just show you why it's happening. If we change anything, like if it's a cart, if we make that cart page, you see it's refreshing altogether, because by default the pages is not in the server side rendering. So we need to, the components are. So what we need to do, we need to link that components with the cart page. So we're gonna create another components, which will be the cart page.tsx rafce. So now we can link that cart page over here, like cart page, and now that cart page is available over here. So now the funny thing is that if we change everything, anything over here, it will not reload. It will just automatically give a fast refresh. So it's very easy. So now in that cart page, we can create all the other functionality. So let's go and create that changes in the cart page. So now in that cart page, we're gonna have initially two div, and first div, we're gonna go and grab some class name for our initial first div over here, and also for our second one, which will gonna make a flex, because inside over here we're gonna make a little bit work over here. Now we can create two div over here. So now that two div will be particularly get the like as you see over here, this will be the one div over here, and the other items, it will be in that div. So these two things we need to create. And to do that, first of all, I'm gonna go, and the first one, which will be width of 1 by 2, 2 by 3, and the second one, which I'm gonna go and grab 1 by 2. I think it's a second one. I think I copied the similar one. It will be that. So this will be the proportion. As you see, the second one, the border is happening over here. You can see that. So first of all, again, I'm just gonna go in faster way. You can just feel free to copy paste because I need to do in some other things also. So now in over here, I'm gonna pass an h1 tag, whereupon we're gonna pass that card, and then also in that span tag, I'm gonna pass that variable. First of all, we need to go and grab that product data. Remember, we used that product data beforehand. So let's go and grab that product data over here, and we need to import that use selector from Redux. So now the data here, it will be product data dot length, and we're gonna pass that as items. So now as you see in the product data, we can see the card 3 items. We can actually see how many items is available over here. So for that h1 tag, we're gonna pass the class name, and for the span tag also we're gonna pass that class name. And you see that looks pretty better. And now after giving that, after the h1 tag, here it will be like pickup details. Remember, we already created 3 of the items previously beforehand, the 3 items. So the initial items will be available over here. The similar things, so I'm gonna go much more faster on it. So first of all, let's go and grab all the images and other things we're gonna use for that. So I'm gonna go and import that, the image and the icons I'm gonna use. So now in here, in the pickup details, in one div, I'm gonna take another div. Inside the div, I'm gonna taking that one image, and that image gonna go, and I'm gonna just go and grab the image source and that alt tag and everything. Also, we need to import that image from next image, and after the image, I'm gonna having a p tag, which gonna give us the name of that pickup and delivery options available. Okay, let's see what is modified. So pickup and delivery options. So now in the top level of that, what we need to do, we need to go and grab some class name. Now that looks better. So after that one, what we need to do, because previously we did that one, so the same portion, either you can just go and copy from there, it will work just fine. So I'm gonna just go and grab those things. So the same way, I'm just passing that image and the all items available, all just the same design. I'm making that one for the shopping, pickup and delivery, the similar thing. So now after here, after that, yes, after that portion, as you see, this is finished over here. Now we're gonna get that actual thing, which will be our card product. So now we're gonna pass the div, and that in that div, first of all, we have the solid and shipped by, and then the other things. We need to create that one. So first of all, let's go here, and that we're gonna put an shoppers.com, and also for that entire div, I'm gonna go and grab those class names over here. And for the p tag, I want it to look a little bit different and better. As you see, that's creating that, but the shoppers.com, I want to make it looks a little bit better, little bit black. So the text is BLSCK and the font, it will be the semi-bold. So now as you see, that looks good. Now after that, remember we already created that button beforehand. So I am just gonna go and grab the two buttons. There is a lot of things is over and overdue. So you can just feel free to go that, see the same rollback we created beforehand. Now what we need to do, we need to pass our product items. So now that is the actual things in that cart page. So now here it will be going to the, it will be items. So now inside a div, I'm gonna passing that, I'm gonna map through all over the product data dot map, and that item, that inside that item we know what it will be there, store product data. Remember the types, that the types, the similar type, it will be here, and we need to return that div, and inside that div, whatever we're gonna return, we're gonna give a key props for that div and also the class name for the div, which will be, the key will be item.id and the class name, it will be the normal class name for that. As you see, if you go there, you can see that is the items, it will be available over here. So 3 items. So first of all, I'm gonna take a div, and that div, I'm gonna go and give a class name, which will be width of 3 by 4, flex item center, and then the gap, it will be 2. And inside that one, I'm gonna pass our image. And for that image, I'm gonna go and grab some class name for and other the source and everything. Source will be our item.image. The alt tag is that, and we're giving a width and height in different way. So now as you see, our image is over here, is ready. So now after that image, this is the image. After that image, we're gonna take another div, which we're gonna pass an h2 tag. And inside that tag, we're gonna give that item.title. So our title is ready. Now the title, we will just pass some of the class name for the title. As you see, looks good. Now after the title, also we need to pass that item.description. And for that description also, we're gonna go and grab some class name for that. Okay, now after the description, we need to pass that price and other things. So this is our description. We're gonna pass that price value and also the free 30-day return segment. So this is the things we are passing over here. So now that div is finished over here. After that div, we're gonna create the buttons over here, which gonna make that remove and other items. So first of all, to create that button, we're gonna take a div. Inside that div, we're gonna create one button, which will be remove. And for that button, we're gonna go and grab some class name for that button. It's a similar and a simple class name for that. As you see, that looks good. Okay, so that is the remove button. And also after that remove button, okay, we're gonna have another two button, actually, not one. As you see, we need to create that add functionality over here. So it will be two button in a div. So let's go and create that one. So first it will be, it will be one button. Okay, let me think how we can implement that. Actually, it will be, okay. Now let's make a span which will be item.quantity and another button. So first one, I'm gonna make that -1, which will be, and the second one, which will be for the A. Because for the plus and minus, we are just gonna add some icons, as you see, 2 and 1. So this is looking fine. So initial direction, what I'm gonna do in the top level of that button, initial state, over here in the div, I'm gonna go and give a width and height and also giving a border to looks it better. As you see, that looks good. And for the button design, I'm gonna go, it will be the similar design for both of that. So let's go and give that one over here. And for that one over here. As you see, our button is ready and having a good functionality. Now we need to make it, arrange it a little bit good way. So I believe the button actually in not an actual position because it should become over here. So yeah, that is our div finish over here. So what if we just that's our button div is finished. So I'm gonna enter that one inside that div. So now, as you see, okay, now it looks better. Okay, that looks good. Now it's cool. And also to make it little bit good, we can also give a over here in the div. Okay. So now if we just go empty of 2, flex item center, and now gap of 6. So it gonna looks a bit way. Now it looks good. Okay. So now we are having that button. So in this way, we are finishing that one, our first one over here in the div. So now we will be able to take another div over here. So let's go and create that div, which will be one receipt buttons. So this is our buttons finish here. Okay. So now we have that portion which we are having that width of 1 by 3. So now we need to create another div in that portion, which we're gonna go and give a width of 1 by 4. And now over here, first one, it will be like item.price, just to see what we are getting over here. As you see, we are getting the price. So now we need to actually get the actual price and how many items is available and the price. See, the price is changing whenever the items is changing. So that things we need to create. And to create that, first of all, I need to create a component which will be our for, I think, a format price, because I need to check the price in the in a local way so we can get the actual value of the price. And to do that, let's go and create that formatted price. So RAFCE. Now over here, what I want actually, we're gonna get that amount through our props. Okay. So we're gonna get that amount through our props. And now what I need to do, I need to modify that one. So const, I'm gonna make it a formatted amount, which will be the new, and it will be the number, and it will take a variable as the amount, and then it will make that two. Oops, it's not taking that number. It will take the amount. So I first need to create that interface, like the type for the amount, type amount, because I need to tell that it will be number. Otherwise, it will not take that number. So now it's know the amount will be the number. So let's pass that as amount. So now it's gonna take that new dot to, it's not taking, I don't know why. Okay, formatted amount, it will be the new amount, and that it will be in the number, and it's gonna take that amount as a variable, and that to okay, now it's taking to local string, yes, and that local string, it will be US of that. And now we need to pass that an object, which will be the style, it will be the currency, and that currency, it will be USD. And I think that it will be minimal fractional digit, it will be two digit. So, and over here, instead of deep, I'm gonna pass an span, and now I'm gonna pass that formatted amount. So in that way, we can use that the formatted amount without that to fixed or some other. We can get the actual value of that. So let's go to our cart page. Where we are, we need to go to our cart page over here. So now instead of that one, because we need to show here the actual price, right? So in that p tag, what we will do, we will use that formatted, I believe what's the name we give that, format price. Yeah, format price. And now we're gonna pass that amount. So in that amount, it will be item dot price into item dot quantity. So now this is the amount we are getting over here. As you see, it's getting the two quantities, so it's giving the two price of that. So now also we will go and give some of the class name for that, which will make it looks better. And after that, a similar way, we need to get the formatted quantity for the old price. Remember? So this is for the old price. And now as you see, now after that, we need to get how much we save from there. So to explain that one, I'm gonna, after that p tag, I'm gonna take a div, and in that div, I'm gonna give a p tag, which will make us to see what we save over here. And now I'm gonna go grab some class name for that, and also for the overall div. So after showing that one, I'm gonna pass that formatted price over here, so we can see how much we are having, where item.old price into item.quantity minus item.price into item.quantity. So what I'm going to doing is, from that old price, I'm minusing that the new price and getting that 120, which is the actual price the customer going to pay. So now as you see, we are having that items over here, the remove button. So now we need to add a one button, which will be our receipt button. And to create that receipt card, what we need to do, we need to go outside of that directory, which is we must over here. I'm gonna add a button, which will be receipt card. Let's see if I'm in the right place or not. Yeah, I'm in the right place. So for that receipt card, I'm also gonna go and implement that one. So our receipt card is ready. And now it's time to create all the dispatchable function over here. I think, did we implement the dispatch over here? Not yet. So const dispatch, which will be use dispatch. So now, whenever we are on that here, in the receipt function, we will make an, will send on click event, which will pass that a dispatch, and that it will be receipt card dispatch, and that's it. So whenever we come over here, it will remove all the products, all the available products from there. So let's add more products, because we're gonna add that other functionality, by which we can remove the products one by one. So let's go to our remove products. Okay. I think the receipt card. Okay. It will be somewhere here. So now all items shopper.com and okay, that's the remove button. So that's remove, and then we are having that item.quantity, the -1, yes, which we're gonna create the -1. So let's go and create another on-click event for that one. We're gonna create a dispatch over here, and that dispatch will be minus quantity. Okay. Inside that minus quantity, we're gonna pass that same the item value, which gonna minus from here. And now we're gonna having one another add quantity, which will be the increase at the plus quantity. So we're gonna create an on-click event. Okay, oops, it will be dispatch, and it will be the plus quantity. Inside the plus quantity, we're gonna pass another object. So it's gonna go through that item. Okay. And how that will work, actually, we defined over here, right, in the shopper slice. So, right, if there is a minus quantity, if they find it the item is available there, it will minus the quantity. If its quantity is equal to 1, it will be 1. So it will not go minus fraction, okay? And now also the plus quantity, if the item is available, it will only increase the quantity. Otherwise, it will just add the item. So that's the same similar thing. So if we just add, you see, item is changing and everything working just fine. Now we need to get our receipt quantity. So it's the like the remove items, not the receipt. So also we need to create an on-click event over here. So let's make the dispatch, and it will be delete item. Yes, delete item, and we're gonna deleting item with the payload which we are giving the ID. We are filtering that one with that, right? So we need to pass that. Oops, we need to import that. Okay, what is showing? Cannot find. Okay, the delete item is not available. No, delete item. So now whenever we're gonna click and delete item, it's gonna delete that particular item from that page. So let's go over here. Remove. Yes, we can also add. We can remove. We can reset our cart. So let's go to shoppers and add some of the more items. And also, by the way, we can go to our details page. We can add items from here also. And now in that other section where we're gonna show our price and other details, the buttons available over here. So let's go back over there, which we are giving a width of 1/3. Remember, in the down here, we're gonna create that portion. So first of all, we need to create one button. Let's go create that button, and that button will be continue to checkout. And for that button, we're gonna create some of the class name. Later on, we're gonna modify it according to our user. So that is the button. So continue to checkout button, and also we're gonna create that another one which will be giving us a sign that you need to have to sign out for creating the checkout session. So that we're gonna implement later on. And also we need to setting up a warning message. Remember, I told you beforehand that every use state it's gonna fire on that. So to do that, we're gonna take an use state. Let's go in the top. We're going to create an state, which will be the warning message state. So use effect, set warning message true. So now here, what we're gonna pass actually after that one, we're gonna pass a message and end. So whenever the warning message will be there, I'm gonna pass a div. So now inside that div, it will be, I'm gonna go and give a warning image over here. And also I'm gonna passing a p item, and including that, yeah, I'm gonna passing a p item over here. So these two items I'm gonna pass. So use state, which I believe I need to import that one. Yes. So now as you see, these two things, these two things, I need to make it like that way. Also, I need to install, I need to import one uh, icon for it. So what I am gonna do after that, I'm gonna also import one. So now that entire div over here in the top label, gonna go and give that a class name of that background and making it a white text. So this text is available. It looks better. So now for that close button, we're gonna go and grab some of the class name for it. And also now as you see, that looks great. So now in that close button, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take an on click event. So in that event, what it gonna do actually, it's gonna make the set warning message, it's gonna make it as false. So whenever it gonna go, see, it's go away. Uh, oops, it's not getting go away. Okay, just hit refresh. Set warning message false, should be make false. Okay. So whenever I am passing that value, okay. Because I need to also change that warning message use effect value, because otherwise it will not know when the warning message is coming, right? Now this is the, yeah, use effect. So when the warning message is changed, okay. It will be set warning message false. Yes, that's true. I think somewhere I'm missing something. Set warning message. That one, it will be available over here. The whenever the warning message is available, I believe, yes, I put that warning image. That's why it was not working. So now if I just come over here, I can close it. If I go to shoppers and I come over here, now the warning message is available. So now I need to get all the items and other things available for here. To do that, let's go to So here the set warning message is done. So after the set warning message, I'm gonna take another p tag. Actually, I'm just gonna go and grab those things because it's the similar things available for all other things, which will be the for best shopping experience and that sign in, so it will just giving an option you to for sign in and others. And now after I need to get that price and other everything. So let's go, and in the top level, did we just create that one? So what I am gonna do actually, this entire portion over here, make it inside a div. Okay, so on that div, because I want to go and give a border of that, so let's go and create that border. So now it will be seen available with the border, you see. So now I need to create that saving price and other things. So I'm just gonna go and grab those things from there. So this is the, okay. Mm, 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 mm. Okay. So now, I think checkout price. So all the amount, it will be there. So I'm gonna take a div. Inside that div, I'm gonna take another div, and that div will contain another div. And now I'm gonna take the p tag, which will contain our subtotal. Subtotal. And inside that subtotal, what I am gonna do actually, product data don't length. Okay. And now actually I need to put it inside, and remember we did it in the beforehand in the top. Oops. Okay, so we need to create that portion over here. So we know the subtotal items. We're gonna make it a little bit semi-bold font, and also we're gonna introduce some of the class name for it. And in the top level of that over here also, just to make it looks better. So now is the time to create our items. So the same way, we're gonna use that formatted price over here to show up our price. As you see, the total all price, it will be available. So total all price, we need to modify over here. We need to catch the all other price available for that. Remember, we create beforehand for the all the price. So we have the product data. So now over here, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna pass one of the variable which will create all the price. So now I'm just declaring the total old price and other things. So these three variable we require. So now I'm also gonna get through that old price and savings and AMT, which will be. So now I'm gonna go through and product data.map item, it will be store product data. And now old price, it will be item dot old price into item dot quantity. And now also it will be the savings, which will be item dot old price minus item dot price, the new price is available, and AMT, it will be item dot is into item dot quantity. And now after that, that will just return the value. Okay. Now what we need to do over here, we need to set that value actually with that total all price value and other value. So we're gonna get the total all price, and whenever the product data will change, that value will be changed. So now we can access that value, and as you see, we are using that one as total all price, and we will be able to see that all price. That is the all price. And now, after showing the all price, we can also show up how much we are saving. So this is the, after that one, over here, we need to create another div where we are going to show our saving amount over here. So as you see, the saving amount. So now after the saving amount, inside another div, we are going to take another one where we're gonna express our total amount, which is available over here. So after the total amount, so after in that div, I'm gonna take another div. And for that div, actually that is not that much mandatory. It's just a similar designing concept. So feel free to go through with the class name and others, just a designing concept for it. And now we're gonna go and through that estimated price. Okay. You see, that is done. Right? So now we have the estimated price. So now we are having all the functionality over here. Now it's time to create our sign-in section. And that sign-in, we're gonna use our next-auth for our authentication. So let's go to our next-auth. We're gonna use that next-auth to create our sign-in and other authentication for today's build. So let's create that. Let's get it started. First of all, we need to import that one. So let's go over here, import next-auth, and I'm gonna close all tabs. So what is saying now, after installing, we need to go to our pages API auth. We need to create that next-auth.js. So now let's go to our API, and inside that API, we need to create a folder which called the auth. Inside that auth folder, we need to create that file. So let's go and create that file. I'm going to put it as JS. You can put the TX, but I will just go with that, the form we are using. So now over here, what I am going to do actually, I'm going to go and import all the functionality I want to use. Like you can use as much as you want. Now, okay. Okay, that's the ID and secret you can use. The same if you go through over here, you will understand it better. So now what we are doing, we are using the Google provider and other provider as the way we like. So now we need to see we are getting that value from the Google client ID or secret from an env file. So we need to create that file. So now let's create .env.local. And on that file, what's the value is required is, for now once we're gonna use that I think we will use the Google client ID. We'll use try to log in with the Google, and others also you can use as the way you like. But first for our today's build, I'm gonna go with the Google, and this other one you can add. So now what I need to do, as you can see, we need to use that session provider to create the session, and also we need to implement that one through our apps. And as you see, we have in the app, we have so many things is running over here. So what I am gonna do, let's go and import that session, which will be coming from the next-auth session. And after that provider, gonna use that session provider. And now we need to actually modify, you see that session, we need to pass that session as inside a variable. So in that page props, you see, so after that page props, also we need to create that as session props. So components, page props, and then we're gonna create that. Oops, no, it will not be in that way. So let's go. It will be function, then component, that page props, and that page props. What it gonna be? We need to pass the session and that page props, and that session we're gonna pass through session. So now we can access through the session over here. So now what we can do, we can create that sign in and sign out option over there. So let's go to our Navbar over here, because we need to make sign in from there. So in the Navbar, we will implement that one, use session, sign in and sign out. So let's go in the top over here. Click. It will not be in that way. I think I typed something wrong. Yes. Okay. It will be sign. So if we click on that, it's taking the sign in optional way, but we cannot create the application right now, because what we need to do is go to Firebase. And now I'm going to log in with my account, which I'm going to use. Let's go to console. And I will create a project, which will be shopper YT. Okay, so it's gonna initialize that application for us in the Firebase. Then we can access the Google login authentication for that. Okay, let's continue. Now in that, over here in the authentication, let's get it started. We want to use that Google authentication. Let's enable that one. Now, as you see, after enabling, you will get one web client, like client ID and client secret. And what you need to do, we need to just copy that one and paste over here, client ID and client secret. So these two things you need to copy and paste that one. So if I put my email and just save that one, I will receive that too. Then I'm gonna copy and paste that one. Okay, you feel free to do that also. So let's save that one. It's gonna give me that two things. So now I will just go and in my SDK and copy and paste that two things. So I already copy paste on there. So I will just go out from here, because I'm not gonna locally I'm not gonna use that one. So for that Google providers, let's go, and we need to actually initialize that application over there. So first of all, I think there is some more thing is pending over here. Oops, I closed that one because just to be sure that if there is any other things pending or not. So we need to go to in our over here to adjust our application. Go to console, AT. We need to make our project setting over here. So now, okay. So we need to register our application, otherwise it will not work. So to do that, we make that shopper YT, register our application. So I'm not gonna go initialize in locally because I will only use the auth authentication from here. Now actually what we can do, I will use my account over here. We already initialized that application, so we can search over here. It will be Shopper YT. So now that application is available, and also I already connect my that over here, which we are using for the next authentication, that Google Client ID and client secret is available over here. Now, if we go to our home page, so I will go and try to make a sign in option over here. Let's make sign in. As you see, now this error is coming, so we need to create that a callback URI for that. So let's go in the web client, and now over here we need to add that URI over here, and also we need to add our local host. So let's save it. Now after saving, we can actually go and make the sign in option. So let's go back to Shopper if you feel free. And now if we go back sign in with Google, and as you see, we are having our accounts. So let's go sign in with that. So we are already signed in. Now we need to access that data over here. So how we can access to that data? Let's go to our Navbar. Yeah, in the Navbar, we can actually remember we can use that data using the useSession. It will be in the Navbar. So we can use data through the useSession. So like if we make that console.log and session, we will be able to see, you see, our user and everything is available. But we don't want to see that data through that session. What we need to do, we want to create two state over here in our reducer, over here in the store, in the shopper reducer, shopper slice, because we want to access the data through our store, right? So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use another two state, which we will be add user. Oops, it will be add user. And that add user will take one state and action. Now, so state.userinfo, it will be action.payloads. So that will be one. And another one, it will be the remove user. So whenever we will remove the user, it will be just making that initial state as null as beforehand. So now we also need to amplify that too, need to pass that. So we need to pass that to also user and remove user. So now actually what we will do in the Navbar, so we are accessing that one using the session. So we will create one use effect function. So let's go create another use effect. So what we're gonna do, like if there is session, okay, because we are accessing the session with that session. So if there is session, what will happen? Otherwise, what will happen? If there is a session, we're gonna we need to create the dispatch from there. So dispatch, use dispatch. Okay. So now we need to, if there is a session, we're gonna dispatch an action which will be add user, and in that add user, we're gonna pass three variable, which will be the name, and that name will be the it will be the session dot user. I think the session dot user, and we need to put an optional variable that user, it will be available. So we need to pass the user, and also we need to pass the email and images, and we are saying that users email and images, it will be available. So and else, like if there is no user, what it gonna do, it gonna like, sorry, if there is no session, it gonna make that remove user, gonna also fire out that remove user, where happen that it will just dispatch on that. So in that figure out when it will happen, whenever the changes in the session and also changes in the dispatch, that function it gonna figure out. So now let's go. Actually, if we can access that our Redux over here, and we're gonna see actually our user info is available. So now we can access that user info also using the same parameter we are using to access our product data over here. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna just access that through our user info parameter. So the user info, it will be the you select your state and other things. If you want to console.log, you can find that user info there. So now what's gonna happen actually in the sign in and sign out, it's gonna depend on the user info. As you see over here, I believe that yeah, sign in available over here. So now user info, if there is an user info, okay, it's no user info. Okay, so now if there is user info, what we're gonna pass? If there is user info is available, we're gonna pass that our sign out functionality. Okay, and also if there is an user info, we're gonna pass an image instead of that p tag. Okay, instead of that no, not the p tag, instead of that alt like that one, we can use that user info.image. We will get that user image over there, and also we're gonna get that one instead of sign in, we're gonna get that sign out optionality over here, and over here it will be user info.name. So the username will be available over here, and as you see, we have the name. And if there is no user, then we're gonna go out with the simple symphony. So let's go and click. So it's gonna redirect us, and you see there is no user. And if we sign in with Google, now we can access the user, right? So now let's go to our cart over here. Now that continue to check out. Now in that button, we need to modify. So whenever the sign in option here, there will be a different thing. When there is no sign option is there, that time the value will be different. So what I am gonna do actually for that one, let's go over here in the cart page, and also we need to access that user info, and we're gonna access that one the similar way we access it before in the Navbar. So that is the product data, and that will be our user info data. So now let's go and find out our button for the checkout button. Oops. Okay, continue to checkout. So in here, we need to make the changes. So, okay. So this button over here, okay, I'm gonna go and push through. First of all, that message will be only available if user info is not available. Only that message will pass. Okay, and that button also I'm gonna modify with that. Instead of that one, I'm gonna initialize two button. If user info is available, we're gonna give a oops, we're gonna initialize that. We're gonna initialize one functionality. Okay, keep it that one functionality. We will create a handle checkout option, and the button color will be changed. And if there is no user is there, So that will be that the similar before one, the cursor not allowed, and the width and height, the color will be different. So now it's time to create that handle checkout option over here, because we're gonna create our payment checkout with that. So oops, it will be const and checkout. Done. So just to see how it works. So we are already logged in. So if we click, let's go over here. As you see, we can over here. Now, if we sign out, we cannot access that button, I believe. Yeah, we cannot access, and there will be no event will be fire out. So now everything is ready and we are good to go. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna create our checkout session throughout our Stripe payment checkout. Okay, so let's go and create that Stripe payment checkout. Let's close those things. First of all, let's sign in with that, just to make sure we are on the track. And I'm gonna go to my Stripe. Stripe npm. So now I need to install that Stripe in my application, and also I need to install Stripjs. So both of the things I require. After that, also I need that npm I Stripjs, that also I need to install. Okay. So now I need to create a checkout session. So first of all, to create before one, like as I say, you need to get two things from Stripe. First one is you need to get your publishable key. You need to get your secret key. These two key we require. In your .env file, here you will go to the Google Client ID, Google Client Secret, and the secret public key, it will be over here. The publishable key, that public key, it will be here, and the secret key, it will be here. So go and implement that two key, and this one, the host, it will be for us, the host, we're gonna make it in the local host 3000. So I'm gonna just copy and get it here. This is our local host. So go and implement that two things over here. So now I got my publishable key and secret key already here. So now it's time to start building the checkout session. And to do that, first of all, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna go over here in the top level. I need to, oops, it will be import. I need to import load Stripe from stripe.js. So now I need to also initialize that Stripe promise I need to create over here. And to create that one, I'm going to make Stripe promise. And that promise, it will be coming from the load Stripe. And now, actually, process.env. Now, if I actually access that strike public key, which I'm putting there in the env file, it will not work, because as you see, we need to access that one in our server. So what we need to do, we need to actually call that in our next config file, and through that file we can actually access for that one in the front end and back end. So how we can do it? We can do it with that. We will write that one in env, and now it will be Stripe public key, and that public key, it will be from that Stripe, the publishable key, we are having that one over there, that process dot I think not next sanity, it will be Stripe public key. Yes, that publishable key we need to access over here to implement that one. We can actually make that name as a Stripe publishable key. If we go to env, you cannot copy because I reduce some of the things, it will not work. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take that variable over here. So now we can access that one as a Stripe public key in our application. So now to access that one, we can use that variable, that Stripe public key, throughout in our cart page. So now process.env, we can use that one. So now there is a bit of homework for you people, because it's not good that everything I'm going to show you. Now there is an error coming from the env.env file. Take the challenge, try to resolve that one if you can. If you cannot, put me in the comment below, then I'm going to resolve it for you. Okay. So that error, it will not let us to, it will, we can ignore that error just simply. And the error, if you are going through to publish that one, like if you want to build that one to make in a production build. So if you still cannot solve that error, you can just simply ignore that type score ignore builds. So it will just ignore that, oops, TRUE. So it will ignore that error in the TypeScript build. So now, as we change in the next config file, we need to restart our server. So let's restart that one. So now we are having our publishable key. We are good to go to implement that one. So no error, it's running fine. Let's go to our local host. So now what I'm gonna do, in here, we are declaring our type promise. So now over here, I'm gonna make const stripe. We're gonna await. And before creating that await, we need to make it as an assign function. And we need to await. And we will await for our Stripe promise. So also we will create the checkout session, and for that I will hit with that Nextjs. So npm I Nextjs I need to install. Now over here, what we're gonna do, we need to like create a checkout session. We're gonna create checkout session over here. So now const checkout session, it will be await, and then I'm gonna hitting it that with Nextjs dot it will be a post method, and that post method, it will be go through API, and that create checkout session. And in that checkout session, what the things we're gonna pass that items, it will be the items, the product data is available over here, and that email will be that session, and we are telling that session will be available, okay, dot user dot email. So these are the things we're gonna pass over there. So before going through the further, we need to create that a checkout session, which we're gonna implementing over here in the API. So let's go back to our API. In the API, we're gonna create that checkout session.js. So now in here, we're gonna create that a checkout session by which we're gonna connect our backend to over here. Now, as you see, we are hitting that API, we are posting that data. So we need to destructurize the data before sending to Sanity. So let's const stripe equal to require, because it's the backend, we need to require that one, and stripe. And now process.env dot, we need to pass that Stripe secret key. So Stripe secret key. So Stripe secret key. So that is the key we're gonna use for the Stripe. And now how we can make a function over here, we can just export and we'll make a default function. And of course, it will be an assign function over here. And that assign function will take a request and also pass a response over here. So now in that response, now we will destructurize the thing. So we are sending, like as you see over here, we are sending the items, which is our product data, and email, which is our session user email. So now we are receiving that data. So now we will take that items, we'll just destructurize that one and email. You can make console.log to see that. I know what I'm going to receive that one. So I'm not going to do that one. So I'm receiving that request.body. So receiving that data. So in that data, I want to modify that data. There is some kind of criteria that Stripe is following. We need to focus on that one. So I'm going to modify that data. Modified items. So in that items, the items we are receiving, that items.map. And now we're going to pass that items through that. Now the description for the item, it will be item.description we are passing. And the quantity, remember we are passing a quantity before only one, but we need to pass that item.quantity. So it will capture all the quantity is required. So there is something wrong. Item.description, quantity. Okay, if we pass quantity 1. Okay, before destructuring the data, I think before modifying the data, what I'm gonna do, let's keep it in that way. I'm gonna go in my cart page. I'm gonna finish that one, what is require all other things over here. So now these sessions, after passing that sessions, so now I need to redirect that one through that Stripe customer for the checkout. So to do that, what I'm gonna do, const result, it will be await, and it will be Stripe, and Stripe it will be available, redirect to checkout, and then we're gonna pass that as an object. The session ID, it will be checkout session dot data dot id. So this will be our checkout session ID. And now also we want to catch the error if there is then like the result.error. If there is an error, we're gonna also get that error. We're gonna pass an alert message, or we can make the console.log as you like. So the result, if the result and error is available, then we're gonna read that error.message we want. So now here we are passing that one. The result, it can be any result. If it's the TypeScript is not breaking out, if it's break out, just to be make sure it will not. So now we are done over here. Now actually we can pass that one through that our session. So before destructurizing that one, so now we are having that data. So now first of all, let's create the session so we can connect our API through that. So now const session, it will be await, and it will await for our Stripe, and to make it checkout dot sessions sessions dot create. And now in that particular part, we need to pass a payment method types. You can feel free to go to Stripe documentation to understand it better. And that payment method, it will take as a card payment method. And also like the shipping rates, actually if we come over here, as you can see, I think it will be our, and then with the payments, it will be in the products and the shipping rates, which I already create a shipping rates available over here. Okay, let's load. We're gonna just create that shipping rate, and also we're gonna pass that rate, because you can pass as much as the rate you want. So we're gonna pass it through an array. Oops. Now that's the rate I created. So if you want to create a new rate, I believe it will be create a shipping rate over here. Now the shipping rate, I'm gonna just get a 10 USD. That's the shipping rate, business day, blah blah blah. Max is 1 business day and 3. So let's create okay. Outbound shipping. We create a shipping rate. Now we need that ID, and if in that ID we need to paste over here to access that shipping rate. So now that is the shipping rate, and also we can make that shipping address collection, like which country that address will be applicable. And now we'll make that just go through and pass the allowed country list. I will pass inside an array. So for that, I'm gonna give 4 countries for right now. And now you can put as much country as you like. Okay. So now this is the one part of that. And now also we need to create that line items, which will be the modify items. Remember that line items, we need to pass that items, which we're gonna modify later on. So that will be the modify items. And the mode, it will be the payment mode. Okay. And for the success URL, we can make one success URL, and also we can make one like if after the success where it gonna go. So for that one, we're gonna use that backtick, and we're gonna make that process.env dot. Remember, we have a file of host, so it will go to host, then success. We need to create the success page later on. Success. And also we need to create that cancel URL. Oops. Cancel URL. And also we can pass the metadata. Okay. This metadata, it will be work much fine whenever you are actually accessing that data in your application to accessing your DB or others. That time that metadata, it will work much fine. So now we are adding that one. Now what we need to do after that, we need to return a response, and that response, it will be a status code of a 200, and that one it will be go through JSON. And now what we're gonna pass, we're gonna pass that ID, which will be session.id. So now we are passing that ID through our cart page where we can access that one. Now this is tricky things why I can't see the session, because we didn't add the session. So what I am gonna do, I'm gonna just get the session from here. So let's go over here. We're gonna implement that useSession. Okay. So now we are only having that error is supposed to be session dot. Okay, it will be session dot user dot id supposed to be. So if we not id, it will be email, session dot user dot email, and we need to make that session as mandatory. Yeah, session is available. So now actually everything is going pretty much smooth. So now we need to modify our data. So now to modify our data, so let's go and items.map. We're passing that item. Description, it will be item.description, and that quantity, just let's pass 1 to just see how it's work. Description, missing something. So here, what I am missing, because I need to return but I am not returning. That's the missing point is here. So modified items, and that items, it will be items.map. So now here item, because I need to return that data, so I need to return that, then I'm gonna passing that object. That's the making the problem. So this description, it will be item.description, and it will be item.quantity, and now the price data, which gonna be an object, and now I will make currency, and that currency, it will be USD or dollar, and unit amount, it will be item dot price, because we need to multiply it with 100, because it's gonna count is a cent, so we need to destructurizing the data, so we are passing that in a cent. Now we need to multiply it 100 to get the actual dollar price. So now also product data, and the data will be, name will be item dot title, images, it will be item dot image. So now this is our modified data. We are getting that item from over here, from the cart page. We are sending that data over here. So that product data we are getting as item variable, and the email we are getting from there. So now what we are doing with that items, we are modifying the way the actually the Stripe are looking for. We are modifying the items. We are mapping through it, giving a description, which will be item.description, and then giving the quantity, which how much quantity the item has, the price data we are pushing through, and the currency we are also giving. Unit amount is okay. We unit amount item.price into 100, product data, item.data, item.image, and I believe everything we did much fine. Only that error, that's the known error. I know that. That's your homework to finish it. So I believe if everything is right, now if we just come over here, let's also go in the payment section. Now make a reload. Okay. So sign out for a time being. Now let's go over here. I'm gonna remove all the items from the cart because I want to create a checkout session. So again, sign in. Okay. So now if we go over here, add one product, 2, 3, 4, we can go to the details, and also from here we can add product. Now we have 5 product, which is coming 3,158. Let's click in the checkout. So now it's gonna take us to our like Stripe checkout. Now you see the 3,168, the actual value you're receiving, right? The one I said. So now we are also we can see the items available from over here. So now let's go and make that admin1, admin.gmail, admin. Let's make United States, New York. Okay, there is lots of state here. You can choose. Oh. Okay, now for the payment details, we're gonna use that 4242, 1234, and 123. And you see that is not actually so better. We are not using that. I believe you need to go through lots of zip code over here. So I'm gonna use just my address. Now, if everything is right, we can create a checkout payment over here, and we can come over here. So now if we click, payment is successful. Now it's redirecting to us our success page. It's not finding, that's why giving a URL like 404. So 3412, I believe, 3412 or something. Yeah, 3168. As you see, we are having our successfully payment option done. So now Also, let's create that a success page over here. I believe it will be, let's go and create in the pages. So in here, it will be success.tsx rafce. So now in the success page, it will be just a simple ideas. It will be there. So where are the success? Yeah. So now in the div, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna create that div over here. And now, as you know, normally that page is not in server side. So what we need to do, we need to create that success page dot tsx. So rafce. Now we will connect that success page over here. So success page. Now, as you see, that is our success page. So now let's go and grab all the available things for that. So for the success page, what we're gonna create, we're gonna give an h1 tag, which will be like, thank you for shopping in shoppers.com. And then we're gonna pass a button, which will pass that continue shopping. So now we're gonna just implement that one over here. You see, like just a flexible items to make it better. And for that button also, we're gonna give some of the class name. So now, as you see, our success page looks good, but whenever we are pasting in that continue shopping, it's gonna redirect to us our home page. Okay, and it's gonna take us to our home page, and also it's gonna create one dispatch, like whatever items is required over here, it's gonna remove from there. So const dispatch equal to use dispatch. And now over here, what it's gonna do on click dispatch, it will be dispatch receipt card. So it's gonna receipt all the card and it's gonna take us to our home page. And also we can create one 404, like if we come in FD, as you see, it's giving us some kind of different phenomena. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a 404 page for us. 404 will be 404.tsx, tsx, rafce. It will be so in that 404, we're gonna create that. Oops, it will be custom 404. So now for that, what I am gonna do, I'm gonna use that 3 portion over here, which gonna be giving us a not found image. So our initial div, and in over here, I'm gonna pass one image. Okay, which gonna give a 404 not found image over here. Oops, it's not reloading. Okay, see, the image is available now. And also we're gonna introduce one button over here, and that button we're gonna take us to a link. Link will take us to home. Okay, so initially whenever you are going to any of the page you don't know, you can just go and go to 404, and now you can go back to our actual application. Actually, you can go through and make more modify, like whenever if you're coming over here, like if receipt card there is no data, actually you can remove all over the items and can pass a message. So feel free, like you can entire application, it will be just go blank, like no data. It will give an like a page where you can modify that no item available, go back to shopping, like empty cart error, you can create. So just try to go and modify the way you want. I believe if you come until here, you will have a lot of questions. Just put that in the comments below. I will answer as soon as possible. And also, if you want to make it fully responsive and you want to deploy it in Vercel for production build, put me in the comments below. If I get more than 10 requests in the comments to make it responsive and put it in production, I'm gonna do it in second part and make it in a deploy in that production build. Okay. So all the best. I hope it can really mark up in your activity whenever you can do such kind of projects in a bigger level. Hope you all the best and see you in the next video.